Good morning and welcome, honourable members, Minister, Provincial Treasury officials, the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, and all members of the public, if there are any in attendance. We will be deliberating on the 2023-2024 annual reports of Provincial Treasury and the entity, the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Before we get started, if we can just do a brief round of introductions, starting with the members first. I am Peter Johnson. I am the chairperson of this committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister and your officials, HOD, and my colleagues. My name is Noko Masipa. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Khalil Brankes. I'm also a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Benedicte van Minnen, and I am an alternate on this committee.
Good morning, Gillian Postman. I'm an alternate standing in for Member Dirk Wessels.
Thank you, members, and welcome to you. I just want to check if we have any members online yet. I don't think so. I do see Member Mbombu just joined. Member Mbombu, for record purposes, please just introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, and also good morning, Minister and the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Mbombu. Minister and officials, please go ahead and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, Deirdre Bartman.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Chulinda Gantana, Head Official.
Good morning, Anne-Marie Smith, CFO.
Good morning, Isaac Smith, Acting Head Governance and Asset Management.
Good morning, Annalise Pick, Provincial Government Public Finance.
Good morning, Steve Kenyon, Chief Director of Local Government Public Finance and Acting Head of Programme 2.
Good morning, Chairperson Grant Castle, Head of Ministry to Minister Bartman.
Good morning, Chairperson and everybody else. It's Nadia Ismail from the Directorate Strategic Operational Management Support.
Good morning, Malcolm Boyson, Director of Fiscal Policy.
Good morning, Chair and members. Nadia Rinquest, Acting Chief Director, Public Policy Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. Adila Abu, Director, Provincial Government Accounting.
Good morning, Chair and members. Michelle Nicholas, Provincial Government Finance.
Good morning. I'm Paul Pinar, Business Information and Data Management.
Good morning, Ziad Majid, Infrastructure.
Good morning, Faiz Ali, Local Government Accounting.
Good morning, Santi Roy, Director, Local Government Supply Chain.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Dimisana Trekwane from Auditor General.
Good morning, Chair. Aziz Harding from Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to you. Just in terms of apologies, I do see Member Masipa. Thank you for being here. And then the other apology was from Member Wessels. Member Bosman will be standing in for him, and we do not have the Gambling and Racing Board in here yet, but we did receive an apology from the chairperson, Mr. Basuday, as well as one of the board members, Ms. Vandaba, apologies. Members, just a reminder to please record your resolutions, requests and recommendations until the end of the meeting. And without any further ado, we will be deliberating on the Provincial Treasury Annual Report first, followed by the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. With that being said, members, we will be deliberating on sections A, B, and D of Provincial Treasury's annual report before we move over to the Gambling and Racing Board. I will now afford the Minister and the HOD the opportunity for opening remarks. Minister Baartman, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. The Chair and some of the other members may know annual report is always my favorite time of the year, as I do feel it's also a time for reflection. It is truly a great pleasure to be here with you all today to talk about the achievements and the work of the Western Cape Provincial Treasury over the past year, as reflected in our report. The report does show our commitment to financial management, support to municipalities, and helping the people of the Western Cape. And I would like to start by highlighting one of the proudest achievements. For the 11th year in a row, the Provincial Treasury received an unqualified audit. And this means that our financial statements are clear, it is accurate, and with no major issues. It shows that we are managing public money responsibly and are dedicated to maintaining high standards in financial governance. We also received a clean audit for the Provincial Revenue Fund, and that is essentially our fancy term for our bank account in the province. And in its totality, the Western Cape government achieved 100% unqualified audits for all departments and entities. Further, the team in Provincial Treasury achieved 94% of their performance targets, and the 4 that were not reached was due to circumstances outside of the department's control. And the department is committed to reviewing those targets that are reactive and based on other actions of stakeholders and will be refining our indicators going forward in that regard. But on the targets directly linked to the actions of the Provincial Treasury, we have achieved them all. Another key area of focus this past year was supporting municipalities. As we may know, local governments face many challenges, especially when it comes to finances. The year in review, the team worked with municipalities working with hands-on support during the audits and helping them improve their financial management. Some of the achievements in this regard is Provincial Treasury evaluating municipal budgets and IDPs for cohesive planning, providing detailed regional economic analysis to support planning and budgeting through the municipal economic review and outlook, developing socioeconomic profiles for each municipality in order to aid in decision making, conducting quarterly municipal performance assessments to monitor budget implementation and performance, providing feedback to municipalities on their annual reports, providing financial assistance to improve governance through interventions, and facilitating knowledge exchange and collaboration on fiscal governance and challenges through our CFO forum. Further, in terms of interventions, we assisted vulnerable municipalities such as Beaufort West and Kannaland with financial recovery plans to help them overcome financial crisis. And in particular, the financial recovery plan of Beaufort West that I would like to highlight is starting to reap the benefits with us seeing them progressing on the various terms and conditions of the particular plan. We have also made significant improvements in our supply chain management systems. SCM, as you may know, Chair, is crucial because it is how we buy goods and services and build for the government. And this year we introduced new tools to make the process more efficient and transparent, like our e-procurement solution, which allows departments to manage procurement electronically. This not only saves time, but helps us get better value for money. And in terms of our role under the PFMA, to oversee financial management within procurement processes within the province. We implemented the support for SCM for departments, municipalities, and suppliers. We produced 53 SCM Insight performance reports to reflect on opportunities for value for money purchasing. We strengthened procurement planning with the automated procurement planning toolkit for all 13 provincial departments. We managed and provided user support for the in-house e-procurement solution, managing 37 procurement events collectively during the reporting period, addressed over 12,000 supplier queries, inclusive of more than 1,000 walk-ins by suppliers at the Provincial Client Centre for Procurement, attended via the SCM Help Desk 196 queries provided to departments and public entities and 142 supplier queries, and held 4 quarterly SCM forums and 5 training interventions. And on the MFMA mandate, where our goal is to guide and assist and support municipalities and entities in enhancing their capacity for efficient, effective, and transparent financial management. We facilitated SEM forums in order to address various pertinent issues relating to SEM. We addressed and resolved 456 queries related to SEM and the CSD, along with 11 complaints during the financial year. We executed 8 SEM training and development programs. We participated in 10 supply open days across 5 municipal districts, facilitating CSD registrations for suppliers and streamlining the engagement with government procurement processes, provided hands-on support to 20 municipalities during the audit process, hosted the 10th annual Smart Procurement Conference themed Procurement for a Better Tomorrow, Strategic Procurement and Partnerships, Driving Delivery and Change in partnership with the West Coast District, focus on strategic procurement and partnerships, which featured a supplier open day, hosted an SEM for local economic development in Durban in the West Coast District, completed 10 municipal procurement planning assessments, and address government's challenges in 5 municipal districts via the SEM District Performance Insight reporting for 5 municipal districts, and facilitated the rollout of the Asset Management Governance and Training Project in the Garden Route and Central Karoo District municipalities. In terms of education and skills development, we provided external bursaries to help young people to study in the areas that are critical for the future of our province. And through digital campaigns, we were able to also reach more people. Finally, we've also progressed in modernizing our financial systems. We've been working on improving technology infrastructure to make our financial systems more efficient, including training tools to help provincial departments managing their finances better. And of course, Chair, there were challenges along the way. And like many other institutions, the Provincial Treasury had to deal with fiscal constraints, especially with limited funding and capacity, which means that the Treasury had to find innovative ways to ensure that we still deliver quality services while managing capacity. Looking ahead, we will remain committed to strengthening our financial governance, supporting municipalities, and ensuring that every cent of the people's money spent by the government brings real value to the people of the Western Cape. Chairperson, I would like to, in absentia, just congratulate my predecessor, Minister Murray Wenger, and the whole of the Provincial Treasury team for what is truly an amazing feat with these audits and these outcomes. And I can only hope that our team will build upon the strong foundations that have been laid in the past. Chair, I will keep some of my opening remarks for the Gambling Board for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Baartman. Just for the record purposes as well, Member Nkondlu, welcome. And thank you for joining us. I will now afford the HOD, if you wish to do so, HOD, opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I think Minister said it all, but maybe just to add this in the same manner in which we issue and we ask of votes to do certain things. As a vote itself, we also have to comply. And I think Minister's already expanded on the fact that the year under review and why the period that we're coming here to the committee today has had its particular challenges. And really, I think it required a level of resilience from this team. And I think it's commendable given the fact that if one looks at structures across South Africa of other provincial treasuries, this remained the leanest of them all. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Members, we will now start our deliberations on Part A of the annual report, pages 3 to 29. Members, if you pose your questions, please just ensure that you indicate the relevant page numbers just to make it a bit easier for the Provincial Treasury to answer your questions. Members, any questions? Let's start with the first 3 questions on Part A of the annual report. I see Member Nkondlu. Please go ahead, Member.
Morning, Chair, colleagues, and the Minister and the team.
it's good to engage the minister on the other side of the fence. I'm sure she will appreciate much better than any other our questions as somebody was set on your chair. My first question, Chair, is I think I just want the minister to, I think in her forward, in paragraph 2, she refers to the fiscal discipline, strategic planning, and the pursuit of good governance. And I think as a loaded statement, one wants to understand what in her context is fiscal discipline in a constrained budgetary environment. Because as we know, South Africa, like all other countries and states in the world, are going through a very difficult, challenging time because of the different, upswings of the economies. So it would be interesting that as a new minister in this portfolio, what in her context is fiscal discipline? What choices gets to be prioritized against competing interests? That's my first question, Chair. My second question, again, to her and maybe to the HOD, is that if you look, maybe page 12, Chair, there under effective local governance, there's a reference there of 4 municipalities that have been put through or for return of their debts with Eskom. I'm interested to know which are these 4 municipalities and how far are they with their process. And my last question on this one is around infrastructure. Given the role provincial treasury plays over municipalities, which I think is explained in this section of effective local governance. How is this provincial treasury dealing with the problems of supply chain procurement that has actually also been seen in the public as post facto as it relates to questions of fraud over infrastructure projects, as we saw in the city of Cape Town? There's urban waste now, and infrastructure budget is a big a pool of money that as provincial government we put our hopes of the G4J strategy. So I'm wanting to understand, in your effective local governance, because you say you try and ensure that you identify problems before, how are you able to do that, as we see in the public now, things that gets to happen post facto with these infrastructure monies, which are going to waste if you consider, such fraud around it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlu. Member Masipa, I did see you, but I think let's afford the department to answer Member Nkondlu's questions first, as we already have 3 questions. So I think let's deal with them first before we do another round. Minister HOD, over to you and your team. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll deal with just the fiscal discipline, and then I'm just going to ask the municipal and infrastructure team to assist with the Eskom debt and the infrastructure. I do know City of Cape Town reports directly in terms of municipal matters to the National Treasury, but if the infrastructure and municipal team can just come into in that space for us. So in terms of fiscal discipline, something that we are currently seeing is that we are, as South Africa, just sitting at under 75% of debt to GDP in the country. And our debt to GDP is currently projected to increase. So what that essentially means is that as a country, we are projecting spending more money on debt service costs than the actual services that we are spending on the people of South Africa. And what that does, it creates a situation where National Treasury has to start deciding, who do we give money for? How much money do we give to those particular departments? How much money do we give to provinces? Because even the provincial equitable share formula is based on the full pot of money that all 9 provinces collectively receive. So when debt service costs in the country increases, it has a direct impact on the different amounts of money that national departments, provinces, and local government get. That's the first part. The second part is when we look at the GDP growth nationally, where if we're not growing faster, for example, than inflation or population increases in certain areas, what that does is it puts a strain on the finances. A good example is recently we tabled that we are projecting that we're going to see a 51% growth in terms of the Western Cape over the next few years. And that growth, that 51% is directly related to in-migration in comparison to, for example, the replacement level dropping. And that replacement level means that we are actually having, and it's a weird way of saying this, the people in the Western Cape are having less than 2.1 children, which is the international average. So we're seeing both the replacement level dropping in terms of fertility, but we're also seeing the population increasing, and that population is increasing due to in-migration. And we see this, for example, in the Western Cape, we see it, for example, in Gauteng. So if your GDP is not growing fast enough, you start seeing the possibility that you might not be able to have enough finances to service all of the people that, for example, are coming into your province. We have also, for example, seen that National Treasury has taken the stance that the national fiscal envelope will be remaining the same. That essentially means that they are requesting both the national government and provincial governments, please, we're not going to increase the basket of not basket is not correct, but the pot of money that we will be sending to the respective sphere. We're also seeing a projected undercollection of national tax revenue. And what all of those different things does is it puts provinces under immense strain, because provinces have already undergone years of budget cuts in real terms on the provincial equitable share in terms of data updates. And what this essentially does is it forces a lot of these budget cuts down to provinces. Not only has provinces seen these budget cuts on the provincial equitable share part, they've also seen budget cuts on conditional grants, because what some departments nationally have done is when they receive a cut from National Treasury where maybe you have to cut by a particular percentage, some of those cuts have then been imposed upon the conditional grants. And what this essentially means is we as a province also then have to ask ourselves, how much are we going to go over in terms of COE expenditure? How much are we going to spend on particular goods and services? How are we going to be able to balance the pot of money that we receive? Because you can't necessarily spend money on everything. So you really have to make those list of priorities on what is the most important. And that is what is meant by truly a constrained fiscal environment. And I think both from a provincial level and from a national level, we've been seeing through budget council meetings that provinces have really put this on the table for the national government to say that that we are under severe strain as provinces. And we've even seen at not only recent budget council and the first one, as well as the extended cabinet meeting, where provinces collectively said to the president and the national finance minister, we actually cannot handle the impact of these, for example, public wages on provinces, and we do need the support of national government when it comes to some of these centrally negotiated decisions. Yeah. HOD?
Thank you, Minister. Maybe just to, I'm sure Stephen is here, but Member Nkondlo, the municipalities that we assisted with accessing or getting into the ESCOM debt relief program is Kannaland, Beaufort West, Cedarburg, and Matsikama. And then I think there's also, Stephen, in addition, although the question was specifically framed in terms of the infrastructure context and fraud, which I'm going to ask Isaac to deal with, I think the broader issue here was also just in terms of how we proactively identify municipalities could also be in distress, what we use. I think, Stephen, maybe just expand also on the dashboard and the indicators that would show us that we would need to intervene. Stephen and then Isaac.
Thanks very much, HOD, and thanks for the question, Honourable Nkondlo. So just to add on what the HOD was saying, you asked which 4 municipalities and how far along they are. So the Eskom, the Municipal Debt Relief Program, is a 3-year program. So municipalities have to comply with the conditions over 3 years in order to get their debts written off, and they get 1/3 written off potentially after successful compliance with each of those 3 years. So all 4 municipalities have completed their first year. All 4 of those Western Cape municipalities have completed their first year. 2 of them, Beaufort and Cederberg, began in July of 2023. The other 2 began a month later in August of 2023. So they're at slightly different stages, but only by a month. So they've both completed their first year. They're both reporting now on their 2nd or 3rd month of the 2nd year. Because it's a new process and a complex process, we haven't yet received outcome letters from National Treasury to Eskom instructing the write-off of the first third of the debt. But we understand that that's just because it's a new process. Until we receive those letters, we can't confirm whether they've achieved the write-off. But we are confident that they've performed, that all 4 of them in those first 12 months performed well. There are 41 different conditions that they have to comply with in the Eskom, in the Municipal Debt Relief Program, grouped into 14 major conditions there. It's quite a smart program in that it requires municipalities to implement revenue management best practices to make sure that they avoid getting into the situation in future where they wouldn't be able to service their municipal bulk account monthly, which is, how they got into this problem of having arrear debt to Eskom in the first place. So what I'm trying to say is, because there are so many conditions and because they require quite extensive changes, no one achieves 100% compliance from month 1. So that's also why we can't, until we get that letter from National Treasury, we can't confirm whether anyone has had their debt written off. But the 4 all performed well. And in those first 12 months, all of them paid their Eskom debt accounts monthly on time. Then, those, as the HOD asked me to talk to our identifying of municipalities in financial difficulty, which I think are high-risk municipalities for other challenges, including fraud and corruption. We look at a range of indicators in our monthly data. So we get the monthly Section 71 reports from municipalities, and we look at a series of indicators from those reports, the basic ones like whether they have an unfunded budget or not, but particularly on the collection rates. And it links to what the National Treasury is asking us to monitor in the Municipal Debt Relief Program. Anyone who's got the norm for collection rates is 95%, but anyone who's got a collection rate below 90%, we consider at higher risk. And the requirement, the condition in the debt relief program is a collection rate of above 85%. Below that, we think that municipalities don't have the funds to be financially sustainable. And we use that to identify which municipalities on a kind of monthly basis we follow up on more closely, and where necessary, consider the possibility of a requirement for a formal intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. I think I'll leave it there and hand over to Isaac.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. When it comes to support to municipalities, there's a dual role that both the Provincial Treasury and Department of Local Government is playing. So the Department of Local Government is the lead on infrastructure, and then there are certain responsibilities that the Provincial Treasury need to perform. So within the Department of Local Government, we've got the Forensic Audit Unit. So as far as fraud and corruption is concerned, it's not an item that the Provincial Treasury is dealing with. That's dealt with by the Department of Local Government. But from a supply chain perspective, of course, one of the main areas that we've implemented in municipalities is procurement planning. It's our belief that there needs to be transparent processes, and hence the procurement planning becomes important, particularly as far as advertising it, but also in terms of progress against those particular plans. And then, of course, from our side, we've got quarterly meetings with all of the supply chain heads, and also involved in engineering when it comes to construction projects. We've also undertook the asset management project where we had both the finance, the engineering component, as well as the supply chain unit involved. And that is to give a fair reflection of the assets within the books of municipalities. And that also assists with infrastructure planning. For the year under review, there were no fraud and corruption issues that we've identified from a provincial treasury, apart from complaints on certain award of contracts, of course, which we've then dealt with in responding to the municipalities. But we do not, at this point in time, have record of any corruption and fraud as far as the construction programs are concerned in municipalities.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for the question, Member Mkonlu. Just a comment, I've actually been asked by 2 other provinces throughout the past probably 2 months in terms of exactly what Provincial Treasury is doing to assist these municipalities in distress, because most of the other provinces are looking to do a similar type of intervention program. So I am assuming that the department is doing something right in that regard, if other provinces are also asking about that. With that being said, second round of questions. I did see Member Masipa. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. I see Member Ngondlo was just copying my notes and asking the questions that I wanted to ask. But anyway, I can see that. It's, Chair, you must call this member out of order. So, Chairperson, really on a serious note, with regards to page 10, let me just say to the department and to the minister, really congratulations on achieving 100% unqualified audit. I think is really an achievement that requires really a round of applause. With regards to fiscal discipline, really is good and well. We really welcome that. But the issues obviously relates, the concerns of concern are obviously the service delivery, that while we are really doing well with fiscal discipline, but the service delivery is really suffering. I just wanted to get from the minister in terms of the engagements that you are having with national colleagues regarding the equitable share, as to what the progress is in that regard, if you are making any progress. Mengondlo has asked on municipal debt relief, so I would not go there. The other one is on page 17. This one relates to the support, obviously, that you are giving through the joint district metro approach and the MERO and so forth. The last sentence on that page 17, you talk about over time, the strategy is to embed longer term financial planning that can effectively support borrowing programs by municipalities and get them to optimize revenue and expenditure. Are you already involved in some municipalities, and if you are, which municipalities? And if you're planning, obviously, to start, when do you earmark this? I think this is going to become quite important, especially relating to the question of fiscal discipline and as to how you really embed this financial planning with municipalities so that their borrowing capacity really become better, and they are able to provide service delivery. Thanks, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Member Masipa. Member Mkonlu, I saw you earlier. Please go ahead.
No, thanks, Chair. I think mine is a follow-up. One, I think, thanks, Minister, for your response and appreciating the explanation on the on the current economic situation. One, I think, is also more interested in understanding what is the meaning of fiscal discipline in your term, and how do you think, with all the issues that you are raising, of the debt to GDP ratio and others, what needs to happen in the Western Cape? What are those things that are going to be trade-offs? Because I think the issue of debt to GDP of 71% of South Africa is actually not unique. And I'm sure, as you would know, you are sitting with the US that is 120-something percent GDP to debt to GDP growth. So it is not a unique South African situation. China, the same. Japan, amongst it's almost 251%. So I think the question for now for public finances is really to, yes, understand these particular narratives of how we look at national economies, but the challenge of decision makers is, outside of regurgitating what is known as out there, what is it that is going to be done differently, in rescuing economies? And I think that was my interest in my question, is not to go and repeat what we already know about the South African economy. And I'm asking this to understand what happened to the Fiscal Futures Project, which is something that you would know that we've always been trying to understand. How is it helping us to really refocus, all what you were talking about, the ability to collect taxes, because we're also collecting taxes from industries that some of them are also struggling. So what is going to be done differently in the conversation, not only in provincial treasury, but also what you are taking as provincial treasury to cabinet? The other follow-up, Chair, is that what I'm interested in on the infrastructure, and I get the responses I'm given by colleagues, I'm not sure the extent to which, because this is a department that manages budget. That was my question, and I'm in no way insinuating that you are not doing your job. All I'm asking is that if we consider what is in the public, which we must be concerned, one, we have seen, and I'm making the example of the city of Cape Town, it's already two big infrastructure projects. It's urban waste there. It's also, the other one big tender that included in MMC with crime. That there is a huge risk around infrastructure budget. And that particular risk, all I'm asking is that from a budget point of view, how is Provincial Treasury thinking about protecting these budgets which are implemented or spent at a municipal level? That's the reality. You hand over money, billions of rands for infrastructure, and out of those billions of rands, what you are looking for in the growth for strategy of the provincial government, we're looking at jobs from that. So anything that doesn't go by, it means loss of that anticipated jobs. So I'm asking, is there a discussion amongst yourselves when you consider these things and how you're protecting the budget, that is going, or you using any measures, of monitoring and protecting the risk of these monies going out, through tender fraud and other things? So that was my question as a follow-up, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlu. Member Brankhuis, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning again. Chair, on page 20 in the forward of the Minister has mentioned that our team, the department, have risen to the challenge with resilience and innovation. Now, we know that across the board in the Western Cape, amongst the 30 municipalities, we find that inequality is very rife, especially in the city of Cape Town, where the city of Cape Town is well known to be a city of have and have-nots. So Provincial Treasury is directly responsible for budgeting and making sure that inequality is fight. the fight of against inequality is taken to the highest levels. So in terms of innovation, can the minister explain to us how does the department in terms of innovation tackle inequality, especially when it comes to the city of Cape Town being a municipality of two halves, have and have nots? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Member. I just want to confirm, is it the minister's forward on page 10? Is that the page that you're referring to, Member Brankhuis?
Chairperson, this is under general information.
General information, page 10, yeah, forward by the minister.
That's correct. Thank you.
Perfect. I think, members, let's leave it at those 3 questions before we do another round. Minister HOD, over to you.
So I'll just quickly start with the general fiscal rules that we implement and that we would like to do going forward. So one of the things, Chair, that is it's not a requirement, but it's a target set by National Treasury when it comes to budgets, is that you ideally don't have more than 2% underspending. So that is as an example of fiscal discipline, that when you put a budget together, because you won't necessarily be able to get to that 100% exactly, because sometimes you have a committed matter, but you get the invoice a day later, and then it falls into 2 different financial years. But what you try to do as a department in terms of that fiscal discipline is to try to get as close to the 100% of spending as possible. And also because if you can't overspend, because otherwise you're going to get into trouble in terms of the PFMA. So that is an example of that. In terms of the debt to GDP, I completely understand that high debt to GDP is not necessarily unique to South Africa. But what makes us different is, can you pay your debt back? So debt in a country is not necessarily a bad thing if you are able to pay your debt back, if you're able to show revenue, if you're able to show, for example, what are you spending the money on? For example, there's a difference between, are we spending the borrowing, the loans that we're getting on paying for salaries, or are we spending on infrastructure that might generate future revenue in order to pay the debt back? So those are all considerations that go into things like fiscal discipline. In terms of priorities, let me just quickly deal with the fiscal futures. The fiscal futures project has been concluded. I'm just going to ask the team in fiscal policy just to come in here in terms of that particular project. But what we've done also is, when it comes to provincial equitable share, for example, when it comes to the conditional grant and modeling how that might look in the future, we've actually used the fiscal futures tool to be able to show us that if certain assumptions were true, what happens to the finances that we receive as a province from national. So if the national GDP changes, how does that impact on the Western Cape? If the debt in the country changes, how does that impact on the province? If the tax collection increases or decreases, how does that impact on the province? So those are type of things that we're able to now model. But I'm just going to ask the team to come in that regard. In terms of what we need to try to do differently, I'm just going to ask the team also to come in here. And this is a little bit linked to Member Nkondlo's question and a little bit linked to Member Masipa's question, because the one was more on a provincial level and the one was more on a municipal level. So municipalities has much more borrowing capacity in terms of their legislation in comparison to ours. And municipalities has also different revenue generation options. So the National Treasury always makes the assumption that 90% from a municipality's revenue will be created by them. And the national minister, for example, is committed to trying to get municipalities to that 10% of being able to get revenue through the national government. So that is an example, but the assumption in that model is that municipalities will raise 90% of their own financing. However, something that is very important for borrowing is, again, can you pay the money back? what is the revenue that you're collecting? Are you optimizing your revenue? That is why in some of the municipalities that we are assisting with revenue is it's important for us to assist those municipalities of, can we get you to a revenue collection rate so that we can actually move away from the intervention? The idea is we mustn't always be there in terms of particular intervention. The purpose of, for example, intervention is to try and help you get back on your feet so that you don't need us. That is an example of that. From a provincial side, borrowing is governed also by respective constitution, and it also you have to go and consult National Treasury on certain matters, and we would essentially have to bring legislative and policy prescripts for this. What we have done so far in the first few months in this financial year is we have tabled a concept note to Cabinet on alternative financing, because we need to start exploring what alternative financing we can generate in order to try and make our budget much more resilient to the national shocks. And part of this research and work that we're doing at the moment is we need to ask ourselves is, how can we find alternative and blended financing for borrowing for infrastructure, for example? How can we consolidate some of our BFI infrastructure funding applications? How can we make sure that if we have, for example, a positive bank balance, which we have, when we have compliant annual financial statements, which we have, when we have consecutive unqualified audits that we have, how can we also consolidate revenue into the provincial revenue fund? Because when you start consolidating your revenue into the provincial revenue fund, it also puts a more positive credit view from credit agencies upon you. So, for example, the provincial government doesn't have a credit rating, but that is something that maybe we need to explore. But in order to explore the possibility of a credit rating, you need to make sure that you have all of those good governance practices in place, because the first thing a credit agency is going to ask you is, can you pay the money back? And that is really the type of questions that we are asking ourselves on how to consolidate some of those revenue and maybe even to enhance some of our revenue sources. We have seen, for example, that the online gambling industry, betting industry, has brought in much more taxes to the provincial revenue fund that traditional casinos have done, which previously was not anticipated that this growth would skyrocket in this manner. And I'm sure that the gambling board will be able to give more information on some of these particular issues. But something that I've requested the National Finance Minister and the Budget Council, and I've requested the support of the other provincial FinMins, is I said that illegal gambling, for example, online gambling is still illegal in South Africa. And we really need to expedite that online illegal gambling legislation at a national level, because that particular part of the industry, we're losing those taxes from the fiscus to other countries. So it is really important, because those taxes that we would get from that industry would directly go to provinces. And this is a method that we can really bolster all of the provincial budgets for all 9 provinces to get more revenue in this regard. And that is something that we are committed to working on with other provinces as well. In terms of just the inequalities in the city of Cape Town, and being directly responsible for, we're actually not directly responsible for the budgeting of municipalities and the metros. I know sometimes it can be confusing in terms of our role in the MFMA and our role in the PFMA, but just in terms of the budgeting of the city of Cape Town, I think, Isaac, what I think we need to just expand a bit more on is what happens when there is fraud in a municipality or in a metro. How does that get dealt with, and what is our role in relation to maybe metros and then municipalities separately? How does that process work, or where can people maybe report such matters, and if we do get such reporting, how do we deal with it as a treasury maybe? And then HOD and the infrastructure / team, if we can just assist please with the infrastructure. And I think we would have covered some of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to maybe just in terms of the fiscal discipline, maybe just expand a little bit, because I think in the past what we used to do and how we used to do things was in relation to incremental budgeting. So you would increase your base based on a certain percentage, and it was given. What the fiscal constrained environment is doing is really that we had to look at what are we spending our money on, and are we getting the necessary outcomes that we're looking for, and what are the potential efficiency gains, so that we could get into a space where we continue to deliver the service, but it's obviously within a much more constrained fiscal environment. And so the conversation then turned to what are the trade-offs, what can we let go of without necessarily compromising the system, but also what is really in line with the priority areas, and how do we then make sure that we get biggest bang for our buck, which then meant that we had there's a lot more emphasis on the evidence that would support the decisions that we're making in terms of the budget. I think Annalise and Malcolm can also come in and expand a bit on that. And then maybe just in terms of borrowing, municipalities, as ministers indicated, municipalities have been borrowing internal to the provincial treasury. We do have a committee that looks at all applications that municipalities would, if they want to go out to borrow, they would write to the provincial treasury. The committee will look at it. It's a transversal structure that basically deals with all the MFMA units, and then including accounting, fiscal policy, etc. And they look at the detail of what's happening within the municipality, and based on that, we do make a recommendation, and we ask that they table this with council. Obviously, council is the ultimate decision-making body at a municipal level, but we do look at each and every application. I'm going to just ask maybe Malcolm to expand a bit on that and give the committee a bit more detail, and maybe the evidence that we are going to table the MERO later on the 26th of November. But in terms of the year under review, where we have provided, or we do provide every municipality with our assessment of what's happening within that municipality. We believe that that document should be used to inform the decisions that municipalities make in terms of where and how they should spend their money. So from a provincial treasury perspective, our goal is to support and to provide the evidence that will allow council to make an informed decision in terms of the spending of the funding. And maybe just a different angle, because I know Isaac is going to expand on it, but I think the question was also, how do we monitor the transfers to municipalities? Just in terms of the two things, we obviously appropriate, and then we also gazette our transfers, and our transfers would have conditions attached to those. And I think between Annalise and Stephen, maybe just speak to that and what we're doing on a daily basis to ensure that there is actually compliance with the frameworks and the funding that Western Cape government transfers to municipalities. Maybe let me start with Malcolm. Malcolm.
Thank you, HB. Just in terms of borrowing, as the provincial treasury obviously promote for responsible borrowing, and municipalities then needs to borrow for assets that can generate revenue. The final decision to take up borrowing rests with council, as the minister and HOD has pointed out. There's obviously benefits to borrowing. It creates generational equity, and the asset it is then financed over the lifespan of the asset. Just in terms of the process that we follow, as the HOD has alluded to, is we've got a multi team that comprises of various units within the Treasury, and we assess the borrowing in terms of the liquidity ratios, the gearing ratios, and then also the IYM, and then also the annual financial statements. So we do recommend in cases where it is favorable for municipalities to borrow, and in cases where it is also not favorable for municipalities where they are not able to afford those loans, then we also recommend. So, and we advise the municipalities to table those recommendations in council. Thank you.
And just to add to that, I mean, our municipalities make extensive use of borrowing, and I think the key word on that page 17 is that we want to embed those longer term financial practices. So it's our municipalities are doing well. In fact, some of our local governments manage to borrow at interest rates that are lower than what national government is able to achieve. So we have success cases in the Western Cape, and our aim is to strengthen those and spread those to other municipalities. Just on the governance, on the question around preventing fraud, so HOD's asked me to talk to how we monitor transfers. So the Western Cape government makes transfers to municipalities for some of the grants, and then municipalities report monthly on their spending and their progress and compliance with conditions, and that is closely monitored by each transferring officer. Where we have concerns about financial challenges and governance challenges in a municipality, there have also been instances where we've stopped the transfer of funds and made plans to pay service providers directly rather than continuing to transfer via the municipality. So that's one of the control mechanisms we have in place. To say more broadly in response to the question about how we prevent fraud, I think we realize that we're a small team as the Provincial Treasury, and we can't be in all 30 municipalities checking every tender, looking at every transfer, overseeing every adjudication committee. So what we do is we emphasize the story about governance and having the right governance controls in place, so that we are making sure that municipalities have the right systems and the right checks in their processes that minimizes the opportunity for fraud, corruption, etc. to seep in. It doesn't mean that there's a guarantee that a determined person can't, but it makes it much less likely. And that's a lot of the work that we do. So, for example, one of the big projects we do every year is assessing municipalities against the financial management capability maturity model, which is a series of governance checks in every area of municipal business, kind of best practice, and it's a self-evaluation by municipalities, and then the provincial officials test whether the controls that a municipality says are in place in all of their different processes are actually in place, and then they get a score on that, and then we engage the municipalities on how to improve that. So we issue a report, the Technical Integrated Municipal Engagement Report in February of each year on that. Of course, Member Nkondlo, you'd be aware that in the case of the City of Cape Town, the structure is a little bit different because, of course, that is a non-delegated municipality in terms of the MFMA. So most municipalities in the Western Cape are delegated to the Provincial Treasury to do all of the monitoring. In the case of the City of Cape Town, as with the 17 largest municipalities nationwide, the National Treasury retains direct responsibility for that. So in the case of the City of Cape Town, on all of those engagements, we partner with the National Treasury. So we sit together with our National Treasury colleagues in those engagements on the budget of the city and the governance of the city, etc. Thank you.
Maybe just in terms of some of the compliance issues. So Stephen spoke about fraud and corruption, where we normally engage from a provincial treasury perspective. If the public or either municipalities officials report to us in terms of unfairness in the procurement processes, and those fall within our mandate, and we put our team together to do those necessary investigations, and we either report back to the complainant or either the municipality. Where there are issues of fraud and corruption which involve procurement, we will then form part of the team of the Department of Local Government. So if there are areas that they believe, because the special knowledge in terms of procurement lies within the provincial treasury, we will then form part of that team, do our investigations, and we will then submit all the information to the Department of Local Government, and their team that deals with the fraud and corruptions will then interrogate the information that we supply to them, and then we'll decide then on further action. So that is the process around possibilities of fraud and corruptions, but in most of the cases reported to us is non-compliance with the procurement process, which can lead to fraud and corruption. But as I've indicated, we will then provide that information to our sister department.
Chair, I just want to add that in terms of some of the assistance that we give to municipalities, and maybe this is something that the team can do a special session even with the team on, if the committee was interested, is, for example, in the 2023-24 financial year, municipalities received part of the Western Cape Financial Management Capability Grant, 13.4 million. And in the 2024-2025 financial year, the municipalities received 19.2 million. But just some of the types of support that was given through these different grants include development of electronic signatures in support of revenue clearance certification, as revenue enhancement, development of web-based tariff models for integrated within the financial system, assistance for their debt and control systems, funding for implementation of credit control and debt collection, for automation of financial plans, for implementation of the ACM web modules, for assistance with their billing audits, for assistance with their budget and tariff calculations, for assistance with feasibility studies. For example, one municipality wanted information about the establishment of a crematorium. Is, for example, assistance with financial system migration towards web and automation or new financial system, assistance regarding revenue accuracy and completeness, validating indigent projects, data cleansing, internal audit support. I'm not going to go through all of them, but it's just some examples of the type of support that we give through this particular grant. And there's more than one grant. For example, Kanaland, we assisted with the smart meter program. We assisted Cederberg and Matikama also with the smart meter program in terms of the Western Cape Financial Recovery Services grant. And maybe not in the previous financial year, but in this financial year, for example, we even assisted Langsburg because the prepaid meter update is where everyone has to update their meters, is going to come to a conclusion soon because of those historic matters in terms of the electricity meter. So what we did is we actually gave Langsburg, for example, extra money in order to roll out their smart meter update, the meter update as fast as possible, so that people don't end up sitting without electricity when that electricity date dawns upon us. In terms of the provincial equitable share, in terms of, we've engaged the National Treasury through multiple technical committee on finance, that's what they call them, the TCFs, the provinces, and we do anticipate that there's going to be data updates in the pairs. We don't foresee a review right now on the pairs, but we do foresee data updates. So data updates that we are expecting is that it was we will likely see an announcement on the population data being updated to the 2024 estimates. We will likely see the school enrollment for provinces being updated for the 2024 data. We will likely see new data within the fertility rate as well as the premature mortality rate within the health component. We will likely see an update in terms of new data for the GDP for the regional data for 2023. And then obviously institutional data doesn't get an update because it's divided equally amongst provinces. The income and expenditure update in the formula is only being released in December 2024. So there is a concern that it is a bit late for the budget procedure because the MTBPS is being announced before that data essentially is being not rolled out, but being received. And due to this, we are trying to look at ways that we can maybe propose some alternative phasing in or alternative data for National Treasury in this regard. But we are not sure if that will be in time for the current budget cycle. But so far, those are the updates that we are anticipating in terms of the provincial equitable share formula. And we are very happy that some of our suggestions in this regard from the National Treasury has also been taken on board. And I think that PES formula discussion still needs to be concluded at a budget council level, but we do anticipate that National Treasury will have another engagement with us just before the MTBPS so that we can give our final inputs as provinces, for example, how it also gets phased in.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the department, the minister. Members, can we do a final round of questions or comments on part A before we move to part B, as we still have to deal with the entity as well? So follow-ups, question, comments, please feel free to do so now. Please go ahead, Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your answer on the questions. So my question, I mean, you might not have the answers, and I'm communicating with Honorable Ngondlo regarding some of these challenges that we have faced as a country on fiscal challenges. And last week, I had engagement with some of the guys in the banking sector regarding the loan that was advanced from African Development Bank to the bank with some concession and some additional, non-repayable support that they provide on that particular loan. And as I went through the African Development Bank group, I also recognized that there were some grants that were given. It might be a bad comparison to make, but here is Somalia, which was given a grant of about 13.29 million to kind of do some work of, support in that country. I always make this mention that Wandile Slovo talks about a country of two agriculture, but we are also sitting with a country of two communities as such. And I do believe that there is a grant market for us, a donor market for us. And I think maybe, it's not a question, is to say maybe, as a province, it's an area that you might just look at exploring to say, there are certain areas that definitely need a donor and a grant market space to participate and to assist, especially areas where you are not able to raise capital or to raise fund or have revenue really to repay your loan. So it's just really a comment that maybe, the province can consider that, because going forward is definitely a case that will not be able to fund the borrowing that we need in order to meet our obligation as a country. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member Nkondlo, I saw you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the responses of the colleagues. I think, Chair, a continuous conversation, obviously, on how we improve and we protect our fiscus, so that I think the emerging risks, particularly of crime. And when you have consolidated a portfolio like infrastructure, what are some of the other risks that come up? Are discussions that must be ongoing. I appreciate the responses from the colleagues of what is currently being done. Just one issue, Chair, two issues I wanted to raise. If one considers particularly the supply chain environment, because it's always one tricky area for government. On page 15, on page 15, I think one thing that is raised there, I think in the last bullet, is the delay in the establishment of a panel of experts to evaluate project funding proposals, to build the pipeline, which is something that we talk about as one of the important aspects, especially to drive the infrastructure project. It says the tender process the tender process followed was cancelled due to non-compliance. I think I'm interested to know what are some of these challenges, that we are still dealing with that relates to non-compliance, and what are we doing, to try and close ranks in as far as that space of non-compliance is concerned. I think we spoke about it also with municipality, and I'm raising it that also some of the things that would have picked up in the other votes or in the other departments as we have been dealing with is, for example, an issue of non-compliance where awarding tenders without, tax certificate, in other departments. So I'm asking you as Provincial Treasurer, who is supposedly to be custodian, of good governance and supply chain practices, at what point are we really trying to, close ranks on this space? And indeed, it is not necessarily your function that is always going to be there, but obviously we'll ask questions to you, as people who are supposed to be driving this work. And then my last one, Chair, is on page 21, on paragraph 2, that also the same SCM unit that is supposed to be dealing with all of this is faced with tremendous pressure due to capacity constraints, and these are issues that in a big conversation, Minister, about fiscal discipline, one is always interested about what are these trade-offs, because sometimes, in this conversation of fiscal discipline, one thing that, and I think there are studies to that effect, that always is the victim, is actually human resource. And the very capacity that you need to do the very nice ideas you talk about. You cut on people, you ensure, I'm sure people have been talking in other departments about the circular from DPSA, That's the first thing. You cut, opening up capacity to do the very work. So once again, my question in this supply chain, what are the reasons of posts that are not filled in the supply chain? What is happening there? Because we are dealing with challenges and we are dealing with a very constrained environment, and you can't not have a supply chain management which has got capacity constraints, because errors are going to be made because you are expecting people to do double or triple jobs, so it's a burden on individuals, and where they are supposed to be looking at each and every rand and cents. So I'm really interested in this particular question about, SCM capacity constraints. And broadly, I think it's one thing that we have been seeing, that the first thing everybody wants to think about is to ensure that you do not, and I'm not saying open and bloat the departments, but how do you balance the equation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. Over to the department.
I just member Mkondlo, not member Mkondlo, member Masipa just had a comment/question for me regarding donor and grant development. So we are including it as a section in terms of what we're trying to look into in terms of alternative and blended financing, and it's not as easy as one would think, really. And I also had to really grapple with it, because if something's important to you, doesn't necessarily mean it's important for that particular country's development bank. So it's also important for us to make sure that we are able to align respective priorities and align respective strategic areas and make sure that we cross our T's and dot our I's when we go to these particular development banks. And something that I've been really passionate about is that we make sure that we're able to do that technical work to see what exactly do specific banks want in terms of conditions or particular terms. What do they want to see from us? What do they want to see us achieve in terms of what is aligned to their strategic priorities? And one such a priority that's been really coming out is a lot of development banks have been putting climate change as a priority that they would like to see applications come to them for. So that is a possible option going forward in terms of green financing and climate change financing that we can really explore in terms of grant and possible donor funding. And then the team is just going to assist with some of the other questions. Just on human capacity, something that I do want to say is this is something that's really close to my heart because we are the leanest government in South Africa at the moment, and when it comes to COE. And when you look at the job descriptions as officials in the Western Cape, sometimes the officials in the Western Cape do 2 or 3 or 4 job descriptions in comparisons to their counterparts in other provinces even. And in SEM, and I know the team will come in here, SEM is such a sought after skill. We're also competing with the salaries in local government. So you will see salaries in metros and in different local governments where we actually can't compete with the salary that we provide our official and the salary for that same job, or even a lesser amount in terms of the job description. We simply can't compete. So people are also poaching faster than what we can appoint people at. But it is a real challenge, human capacity, not only in SEM, it's a capacity problem in provincial treasury as a general because of the type of skills that we require. But it is also a constraint currently facing us as a government as to how do we balance the budget when we have to, for example, provide goods and services or infrastructure in comparison to human capacity. A good example that the team might be able to even elaborate on is sometimes in health, they have to decide between, do we delay filling a post by 1 month so that we can take that saving because we need the equipment right now in order to save someone's life? And that's a difficult decision to make as to, do you delay? Do you appoint now? Do you save the life with the goods and services that you need right now? And you will see, for example, in procurement, that the goods that health procures is one of our biggest things that we procure in the province. So when, for example, something like medical inflation increases, it directly impacts on how many goods you can buy, how much you can spend on equipment. And that poses a real threat to when you appoint, or how long you delay, or when you fill a particular vacancy, or whether you fill a vacancy at all. But there's various different reasons across departments. I'm just going to ask the team to come in here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member Kontlu, there is on page 15 that was more non-compliance by the private sector, the companies. It's the first time that as a provincial treasury that we invited a bid for panels for infrastructure. And I think in some of the areas, the supplies were non-compliant to some of the requirements, and we've actually revised the bid and we'll put it out soon to the public again. As far as supply chain overall is concerned, I'm going to ask Nadia to respond, particularly on the capacity problem, not only in the provincial treasury, and also the changes that's happening currently. And our approach, the PDI approach, to ensure that not only the provincial treasury, but also the departments and the municipalities are up to speed with these changes. And as far as possible, even in the absence of certain individuals in our office, we also make use of the broader spectrum of officials that's available across municipalities and departments. But I'm going to ask Nadia to respond to that.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I think the question on capacity is quite very close to my heart because it's really a pressurizing one, and it's a difficult one. I think Minister covered some of the circumstances that we have. I think just to advise as well, we have been on an OD investigation. So the team that we have a recommended structure. However, we are sitting in a tight fiscal envelope in terms of how do we then look at funding those posts at the moment, and at the same time balancing the turnover. So we're currently sitting with an extremely high vacancy rate. Minister spoke about the city of Cape Town. I think the big bulk of our staff that leave for the city of Cape Town or other municipalities, and their salary brackets are almost immediately doubled. You can't even counter offer, a competitive rate, in trying to retain the staff for as long as we can. It is cyclic. You'll see this happen every 3 years. So the longest we hope or we wish to or we can retain usually is around a 3-year cycle, and sometimes much quicker than that, which we're noting now. As soon as you see Provincial Treasury, Western Cape on anyone's CV, they become very marketable. What we are doing, I think, there's a balance in what the team needs to do in terms of resource capacity as we respond to our clients, but looking at things that we could implement, as we shift with the new Procurement Act, and how we kind of look at an integrated model. So part of that is coming through from DG's project on the PDIA for improving supply chain management, and it is based on looking at repositioning and looking at key gaps. We use the broader capacity of our provincial departments. So the PDIA group is broken up into 4 key areas that you'll see. It's underpinned by the similar strategies that we've been talking through in our annual report and our strategic plan over the last 5 years, which we've now strengthened further in the current 5-year plan. It is dealt with governance. So you have a governance work stream, you have a capacity building work stream, you have a technology work stream, and then a strategic sourcing one. And these different work streams are led by supply chain heads in the province. So the governance work stream is led by our supply chain head in agriculture, the capacity building by a supply chain head in the Department of Social Development, and the tech one by the .P SCM head. The strategic sourcing one is more diversified. We target our strategic procurement initiatives. So, for example, the Department of Health, Education, as well as infrastructure are part of that process, and .P and agriculture. All SCM heads form part of that group. I lead that group as PT, and we pull through all strategic sourcing initiatives. It is based on a PDIA methodology, so it is looking at iterative adaptation as we go along. So in a way, that is one of the ways in which we beef up the capacity of the provincial treasury. Technology is the other one. So we're looking at value-driven decision-making as part of our 5-year plan, and you'll find that come through strongly even in our next APP, so for 2024-2025. The e-procurement system, procurement planning toolkits, as well as our supply evidence bank, we use as a basis to strengthen visualization and having a good idea on what we see, how departments purchase, and pulling through performance information that can give us early warning signs on a regular basis. Our intervention space, I think, for us in Treasury, is a little bit constrained because we have a very small minimal team to put that support together. However, we are augmenting it with kind of a sustainable ways of perpetuating better information around capacity building. So we're moving into the space of pulling through videos and podcasts and webinars to do that, to get a better reach of our clients, but also then repeatable good practices. So if we find a gap, for example, let's take a hypothetical question on compliance or governance or tax clearance, etc. We will then put a video together for our clients to be able to learn at their own pace, so you don't have to wait for a training intervention, etc. And we make those things available to our clients on an ongoing basis. So it more or less kind of, we're trying ways in which we could fill the gap or maximize in the capacity in which we reach our clients or other departments and municipalities. But it is, I must say, quite tough. On the team, we do have, illness, serious illness within the team, and that we couple with support in terms of our EPW, our employee health and wellness programs, and to build that support for our teams. But I must say it's not easy. We learn as we go along, and I think as a Treasury, we do have the support of our top management and our HOD in that regard. But you can't prevent some of the aspects that come around, particularly on turnover as well as health and wellness. So we try to beef up as we go along. But noted, it is a tough space to maneuver through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, members. That concludes our deliberation on Part A of the annual report. We now move over to Part B, performance information, pages 33 to 88. Members' questions. Memon Kondlu, please go ahead. Yes, member, Part B, pages 33 to 88. Member, just is your mic on? We can't hear you. There we
Apologies. My first question is on page 41, under 2.4. I just want to check with the department. I think I understand, I think what has been raised, the issue put out there in terms of preferential procurement. I'm not sure whether the department currently, in as far as the constitutional compliance is reflected there, in terms of you balancing transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness whilst maintaining fairness and equity. How would you believe you have fared as a department of Treasury in this regard, both in terms of your procurement approach that you are using in the department, but also in the province in general? And I'm raising it because I think the issue of preferential procurement has been a sore point, I think, also in the public spaces of what's the best way of driving that until this particular court case. So what I'm trying to understand is that in accordance to yourselves, how have you adhered to that constitutional compliance, as you had explained there, of balancing those elements of transparency, competitiveness, and cost, whilst you ensure that there is fairness and there is equity, particularly on the equity, to ensure that those that have been outside of the mainstream are able to be able to given a chance through preferential procurement. My second one, Chair, is on page 60, paragraph 2, under fiscal policy. The department there states that you have played, you argue that you have played a pivotal role in ensuring that votes were sufficiently cash funded throughout the financial years. And for me, I'm not sure how, especially once again in this constrained environment, how would you measure what is sufficient? And one would raise this. I mean, we're sitting with the Children's Commission that continues to raise issues of lack of funding. So I'm trying to understand what, in your view, is sufficient funding, particularly of departments. And I think also in the Department of Sport is also one department that always is raising issues about, getting a fair share of funding in the department. And also, I think lastly, Chair, if you raise the issue of the refresh project, Actually, I think we're sitting with this particular department of mobility the other day, and there are serious problems in that particular department that has been affected by the transition, particularly both in terms of their own capacity, both in terms of budget, which has left them into some issues raised by Auditor General. And I'm sure you would have read Auditor General's report on the Department of Mobility. So for me, I think in once again managing through fiscal policy, what are these kind of decisions that you are making at your level that also has to affect the other departments? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Member Masipa, I saw your hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have to move because it looks like Member Nkondlo is copying on my notes here. So on page 36, you talk about Nedbank Foundation as one of your stakeholders that you engage with them and so forth, and you've got MOA, Memorandum of Agreement with the Nedbank Foundation. I think the question is, why can't you expand this, make the cycle bigger, expand to other, foundations in terms of really attending to some of the programs that really affect the youth? Because I know that with the foundation, one of the things that you do with Nedbank is you run that competition of economic, analysis that children from high school, they present and they get evaluated and so forth. I think the question is, what are the criteria for, get MOA with a Nedbank Foundation, not other, foundations? Because we know that ABSA and so forth and other banks and other entities, they've got their own foundations which are running quite good programs in the communities. On page 41, Member Nkondlo touched this, but I'm going to touch it, but a little bit different with regards to public procurement. Because I'm not a lawyer, but anything that does not, any law or legislation or policy which does not meet a constitutional requirement is definitely going to be challenged. It can be challenged. The question really for me is that if there are issues and concern of constitutional compliance with regards to public procurement bill of 2023, is the Western Cape government considering taking this to court and get a ruling on it, whether really this bill is compliant? Yeah, that's really my question on that one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, members. Anyone for a third one before we hand over to the department? Don't see any hands. Minister, HOD, over to you.
Thank you. I'll just touch on some of the procurement matters, and then the team will be able to assist with some of the others. On the procurement, so a good example of something that is currently happening within our procurement is the National Treasury benchmark or target for all provinces for BBBE procurement is 30%. That is the National Treasury target. In the year under review, our provincial outcome for this amount was 59%, without set-asides and without mandatory contracting, which is what the current Act is requesting. And I think I would like just the procurement team just to come in, because some of the innovations that we've put in place with the e-procurement system, especially with the 3-quote system, is actually allowing you to be able to make sure that we take some of the human elements actually out of the system, and so that as many people as possible can procure. But unfortunately, our e-procurement system can only go up until a certain amount because there's a moratorium nationally on the IFMS systems. And maybe the team can just elaborate, because myself and other provinces have also asked National Treasury, please, we would like the moratorium to be lifted so that we're able to expand on some of our systems even more. And then in terms of, if the team can just go a little bit more into detail, I know the submission document with the technical information that we submitted based on the bill at the time was submitted to the committee, but maybe we can just go through some of those items. And in terms of whether we are considering taking the Public Procurement Act to court, yes. The Western Cape government considers the Public Procurement Act unconstitutional. And if the National Treasury Minister and if the President is not willing to consult provinces and municipalities in order for us to find a way to rectify and to cure some of the constitutional matters in the Act, we will be going to court. Thank you. And just, I think the sufficiently cash funded actually refers to our cash management unit. But maybe if the budgeting office can just come into the budgeting for the respective votes. But for example, I think it was the end of last year actually, and in last year's annual report, where the Provincial Treasury actually came and said what they do is they don't necessarily give departments all of their money at the same time. They keep some of the money back. That money through this particular unit then earns interest, and through that process, and I'm not sure if it was the year under review or the year before that, the Western Cape government actually created money through that interest by this particular policy. And I think the correct amount there was R500,000 rand, just because we were able to keep sufficient money back so that you don't use all of your money at the same time. We maybe give it to you in tranches, because you're not going to be using it all at the same time anyway. And maybe if the team can just come in terms of something, that small innovation created R500,000 rand. Thank you.
Thanks, Minister. So I'm going to maybe just start where Minister ended off, because I think that the paragraph there is trying to focus on the fact that we, when it's subject to an audit, we do get the clean audit. And the clean audit is because we manage our cash prudently and tightly, but ensuring that departments do get funded in terms of the cash that was supporting a budget. So as soon as the budget is tabled and a department gets the allocation, they also provide us then with a projection in terms of how they intend spending their cash throughout the year. They do get opportunities to amend that cash flow, and our role is then to ensure that there's sufficient funds available to make good the commitments that departments have. And I think it then speaks to the issue that Minister raised. So we would invest the funding, and that could be longer term or short term, but our role is then to ensure that there's sufficient cash available at specific times to ensure that departments do have the necessary funding to execute and to pay and honor their commitments. So just in terms of budget, the mobility, Member Nkondlo, I'm reflecting and I'm thinking back that their issue is more in relation with the audit was more in relation to PDOs. But I think what they might have raised is their concern about the split in terms of the revenue, the motor vehicle license, that not, because in terms of the audit, it was in terms of their predetermined objectives and not necessarily on their cash. That came out. So, but I can just ask also the team to expand, and then I think in relation to Nedbank, Member Masipa, we have a long-standing arrangement and agreement with the bank, and that is in relation to our bursary competition that we do run. I think there's nothing stopping us from looking at what is out there, and I think we can explore in terms of what the opportunities are. I think it's just that it was sort of convenient because that is our provincial banker. But we can certainly look at what the potential opportunities are outside of that particular arrangement. I think.
Yeah, preferential procurement.
Okay, I think maybe that's going to be a longer response.
Okay.
So let me give to Nadia first. Nadia.
Thank you, Member Masipa, and thank you to the HOT. So while we have had a long-standing relationship with the Nedbank Foundation as well as WCED, and this has successfully allowed us to jointly cover 12 bursars, we are currently in the process of negotiating and collaborating with new partners. So we have met with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, and they have identified a new organization for potential partner. So this new partner, as we are still in the negotiation phase, unlike the current cost sharing with Nedbank, may just be willing to cover all 12 bursars, even small. So agreed, through this multiple organizations, we may be able to diversify our funding resources and also minimize the risks related to relying on one entity only. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. So on preferential procurement, I'm going to allow Nadia to respond to the existing Procurement Act, some of the challenges, but also how we engage with the National Treasury. I want to just respond to preferential procurement in general. Since 2001, this will be the 5th iteration of preferential procurement. And we as a Western Cape have asked the lawmakers, to give us an indication in terms of where the previous iterations has not worked. And we're yet to receive a report on all of those iterations. And nobody can tell us where it didn't work. Now, with regard to the preferential procurement in 2001, when we implemented it, we had a longer term strategy in mind. Because one of the issues that was prevalent for us at this particular point in time is how do we engage with the private sector, and how do we make sure that if we do implement preferential procurement, it will have some sort of sustainability over these years. And the minister spoke about some of the technology environment, like the e-procurement. So part of when we implemented it, we also implemented the e-procurement system. But most importantly, we implemented a Western Cape supply database, which has become the cornerstone in terms of monitoring our allocation of contracts to previously disadvantaged companies or BEE companies. So over these years, these tools, we could give the evidence to the National Treasury since 2001 in terms of how we progress as a province, and the information that the minister has provided. That's real information where we can indicate, what we've awarded to these companies over these years, but also in terms of what's the percentage of the procurement expenditure from departments. And when we do give it also per department, and Nadia spoke about earlier on some of the technology. So Member Nkontle, as far as the preferential procurement is concerned, it's our belief that other than just having a policy, there needs to be an implementation strategy at national and provinces. And lately, from the Western Cape side, we've been on platforms and sharing our methodologies. And more and more, some of the other provinces is approaching us so that they can also see to what extent they can implement those methodologies. Thank you. Nadia?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with the BEE questions first. Database. So just looking at our supplier database. So in the province, we have a compulsory requirement for suppliers to do business with the Western Cape government. They need to be registered on the Western Cape supplier database. And the reason for this is that we check the minimum governance requirements, etc. And we have one single point of truth for all our 13 departments and our entities to purchase from. So by just doing that, and we've actually got a whole range of suppliers that comply with that requirement as well as the national CSD requirement. You'll see that 83% of our database is made up of SMMEs, as well as Black-owned companies constitute 73.5% of our database. So at any given time, because that is a compulsory requirement, we have, if you actually purchase through the database, you have an 83% chance of dealing with SMMEs, and you have a 73.5% chance of the companies that you finally award the contract to be a Black-owned company. So moving back to the performance on what that impact would be, at the provincial level, we have, Minister mentioned 59.79% of our suppliers are Black-owned. So at a provincial performance level, that constitute 12.5 billion or 12.6 billion in our provincial spend going to Black-owned companies. Similarly, we have at least 25% of that spend going to SMMEs, and there's a breakdown on disability, women-owned, etc. If you look at the BEE levels, and we've been using BEE levels to measure procurement, you would find that on a range of level 1s to 4, which constitute your SMME, there's quite a significant amount of our spend that goes to BEE companies, which you would see 5.8 to level 1, 1.2 billion to level 2s, and 0.36 billion to level 3s, as well as 0.79 billion to level 4s. So whilst our spend and our percentages are quite high, if you look at the spend, it's even higher in terms of our collective 21 billion spend that would be allocated to preferential or to procurement per se. Local content, and that is the other aspect that came through with the Constitutional Court judgment. When you looking at businesses in the Western Cape, you will see a significant portion of that going to Western Cape businesses across the city of Cape Town, but also into our various regions within the Western Cape. And what you would see that collectively 51.96% went to Western Cape suppliers, and 49.17% of that was within the city of Cape Town. And if you break down further, you'll see within Cape Winelands, in the Eden District, West Coast, Overberg, and Central Karoo, there's also a representation. What you would find that there's also a portion that goes to the Gauteng province, given our medical supplies, etc., are largely housed in Gauteng. So Gauteng province competes with the Western Cape on some commodities where suppliers may be found in that particular region. So going back into the Procurement Act, so this formed almost a bone of contention with us, because what you would see in the procurement bill, a big percentage of the Preferential Procurement 2017 regulations have now been elevated into Chapter 4 of the procurement bill, and the things that we were concerned about, set-aside, subcontracting, local content, all of those find their way into the bill, including the fact that they now are compulsory requirements within the bill. What we also note that when you look at the Constitution itself, the Constitution speaks to the National Minister issuing a framework. What you would see in the bill, that the framework is much broader than what the meaning of the word framework should be. It goes further to look at targets and setting, requirements that should be in the preferential procurement policy itself, which is the purview of organs of state. So the framework that's in the Constitution issued by the minister usurps the obligation of organs of state to deal with their own target setting and incentives when they're looking at preferential procurement in their space. And apart from that, there are a number of other issues that we picked up. I think that's our biggest concern is on preferential procurement. The other is process issues. So the version of the bill that went to the NCOP and the National Assembly was not the version that was commented on. There was minimal time to even give comment, at that stage. Within our province, we, at every stage where the bill was made available for public procurement, legal services, and the Treasury, together with our Western Cape cadre, put through very comprehensive comments for every step of the bill. We even attended, between legal services and our team, the public participation processes and consolidated anything that we picked up within the public participation processes that we needed to deal with the within the commentary phase. Post the bill is being assented to, the version has materially changed from the versions that were commented on in the participation process. We then dealt with letters to the president on the first instance, asking for further consultation with the province as well as our local government sphere, so we could rectify and propose suggestions. We did not receive a response to that. Our second letter was sent through, placing the president on record saying, can we then, have an urgent conversation with you? We've got a response indicating that the president does not see any constitutional encumbrances, and he referred the letters to the Minister of Finance. We then subsequently wrote to the Minister of Finance saying both the letters, as referred to by the president, have been referred to you to respond to us. Can we not have your response by the end of September? We have not received anything back from the Minister of Finance by way of engagement. We have attended the webinar, so we are sitting with an aspect. If you now consulting on regulations, what does that mean in terms of the legal challenge? Because does it mean by default we agreeing? So we have placed on record, we have to mitigate our risk, because any regulations that do come through will have significant impact on how we implement our system in the Western Cape. And it will come at tremendous risk at non-compliance if left unattended to. So at every webinar we engage, we make sure that we make the point that we're there to mitigate the risk of the province, but we also want to keep a handle on how the regulations get put together and see what that impact would be for the province, but also use it as an opportunity for them to rectify any issues. So we've had webinars on the 28th of September, and at this point we're consulting with concept papers that have been issued by the National Treasury, at least 5 of them that have come through on various aspects that preempt what regulations would be. So we're busy with that commentary phase, which is due, our comments are due at the end of this month. In the meantime, we are busy with a joint effort between the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape government in looking at consulting with council, as well as preparing our papers for the litigation process. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, just to end off, and something that Nadia said, I just want to re-emphasize that a lot of the matters that were in the preferential procurement policy, the previous one, the regulations of 2017, made their way into the Act under Chapter 4 after it went to provinces. So provinces had the opportunity to comment, provincial parliaments or legislatures had the opportunity to comment, but the bill that was passed in National Assembly was different to what went to provinces. And I actually want to read to you, Chair, what the court said based on the previous regulations. So in the Minister of Finance versus Agribusiness case in 2022 judgment at paragraph 113, the contents of the Provincial Public Procurement Regulations 2017, including its requirements for set-asides and compulsory subcontracting, so this is just the general part, were unanimously described by the Constitutional Court in this case as setting preferential procurement policy, not a framework for the organ of state to make such policy decisions. And Judge Madlanga, writing the majority judgment in this matter, stated the following, and now I'm quoting, Chair. At paragraph 113 of the judgment, the impugned regulations are meant to serve as a preferential procurement policy. If each organ of state, and this is now per the Constitution, if each organ of state is empowered to determine its own preferential procurement policy, how can it still lie with the minister also to make regulations that cover that same field? quote, clothes. So essentially the court held that Section 217 of the Constitution empowers the procuring organ of state to set its own preferential procurement policy, not the National Minister of Finance. And therefore the court then declared those 2017 regulations unconstitutional and invalid. And what was in these regulations are the same content that made its way back into the Act that was adopted after it went to provinces. And this is just an example of essentially what has occurred. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, second round of questions on Part B, performance information. Member Nkondlu, please go ahead.
Part B, Chair. On page 61, page 61 until page 64. I just want to check with colleagues, given I think all these instruments that they have to engage with municipalities, and I think they've been explained earlier on, what is the level to date of influence, particularly with what is picked up in the Mero? And I'm raising also in light of the question raised by Member Brenges next to me about some of the socio-economic issues that will be picked up in the Mero in the various municipalities, be it inequality and other issues. Because one would recall that in the previous conversation would discuss about the extent to which you are able to influence decision-making using the very research, so that it's not research for its own sake, but it actually influences municipal choices and budgeting. So I'm trying to understand, given all these instruments that you are mentioning here, that you do and you work with the municipalities, are you finding that the very issues you are able to pick up through the Mero, they get to be responded to by the municipalities, through these particular engagements and the oversight that you have into their SBDIPs and the likes? So that's my first question. I hope I'm clear. My second question, Chair, is on infrastructure, page 65. The fiscal consolidation that was done. I've got two-pronged question. One is back on the procurement. Is that in the reporting year that we're dealing with against the budget, the total budget of infrastructure, what percentage has been given to BEE companies, and how have you measured that in as far as the total infrastructure budget? And I'm not sure whether you are able to sort of measure that. But the second part of my question is that I think in the discussions with the Department of Infrastructure, one of the issues that they've raised is actually the backlog of maintenance, which is up to, I think if I remember correctly, they said it's around 40 billion rands. And I'm asking, and they did mention that this is cumulative over time because there's been challenges of financing, current or existing assets versus new assets, especially from a financing point of view. From going out there to the market, it's easier to get, triple Ps around a new infrastructure project. So I'll be interested from your point of view, when you look at the consolidation of infrastructure budget, is there any thoughts or any ideas on how to finance maintenance backlog, because it's one of the biggest issues, and it actually now is even more pressured based on climate change. We saw what happened to roads, you know, in the other municipalities. Is there any thinking around that? Are markets actually even considering or having appetite, you know, to finance actually old and existing assets in terms of maintenance and renovations? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Konlu. Member Brankhuis, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, on page 35, regard to the bursaries, the external bursaries, actual achievement, under actual achievement, one bursary campaign successfully facilitated in the 2023-2024 financial year. We can just get some detail on that, how many beneficiaries there were, and which areas across the Western Cape do those beneficiaries come from. Thank you very much. Chair.
Thank you, Member Brankhuis. Any other members? I do not see any hands. Over to the department. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to do some short additions before the department comes in. So, Member Nkondlo, regarding our influence based on the evidence and data that we publish, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. So some municipalities do implement or use the data and the evidence in their processes, and some don't. And even with those who don't, sometimes it is difficult to influence because just because Provincial Treasury might be offering someone assistance or offering guidance or offering support doesn't mean the municipality is going to necessarily take the support or the guidance or the advice. And we have seen that. Maybe if the team can just assist us with some of the time processes. For example, we take some of the engagements that we have with municipalities and we incorporate it even into our budget process to see, okay, what are the risks and the challenges that are being experienced. But then in terms of the MERO publication, obviously that is the data and the evidence that is being published. And we are looking to try and identify ways that we can really strengthen some of our relationships with municipalities to assist with that really incorporation of the data and the evidence into their processes. But it is a difficult process, but maybe the team can just come in there, as well as with the infrastructure section. And maybe HOD, if maybe you can just assist with a little bit more elaboration on how we working towards our framework for the alternative financing for infrastructure matters, especially also with the climate change, just in terms of the disaster funding. So what has happened nationally is previously the contingency reserve sat at 10 billion rand. And what has happened is the contingency reserve was cut at a national level to 5 billion rand in order to fund other particular programs or projects across national government. And the amount of disaster funding requests from all provinces to National Treasury is actually in excess of what National Treasury has. So in terms of disaster funding, we put in our respective applications, but sometimes the applications take really long to get to the approval level of National Treasury because it first goes through COCTA and so on. And what the National Finance Minister has indicated is that he will look at how we can try to expedite some of those disaster funding applications so that provinces are able to access some of this disaster funding in the contingency reserve and so on much quicker. However, I do foresee that National Treasury will likely increase the contingency reserve as well as the unforeseen and unavoidable budget for the MTEF. And we're crossing our fingers and knocking on wood to make sure that what is announced in MTBPS that does transpire. But that is something that is difficult because when a disaster happens, the disaster isn't going to wait for a treasury to sign off a letter in order for disaster funding to flow to people. You have to step in. There's no choice. So what ends up happening in provinces is we have to spend the money because the disaster is happening right now. But whether or not we get that disaster funding back through the respective contingency reserve goes through quite rigorous applications, and we are hoping that these application processes will be much easier in terms of going through the system in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Through you, Chair. I think for us it is trying to showcase from page 61 in terms of everything that we do, that it is integrated, and we're trying to get to a seamless process in how we support municipalities. So the level of influence, I was right, I wrote here, it varies, but the level of commitment is consistent and 100% from the provincial treasury. And so what we see is also different depending on whether the advice that we and the support that we give is taken. So as Minister indicated, in terms of our SIGN process, which is the strategic integrated municipal engagements, we've identified, and we would be identifying also transversal outcomes, which we then incorporate into the provincial process. And there's a number of municipal specific issues, but then there are issues that has got specific touch points with our spend at the provincial level. For instance, infrastructure, that I think is one of those commodities that whatever we do in the space, we do it within the municipal space, and then integrated planning and budgeting becomes then extremely important in order for us to be able to respond to those issues. Then I'm going to maybe just to speak to the alternatives then. We are currently looking at alternatives, and the members correct that the alternatives, I think it's easier to get it for new. In terms of maintenance and maintenance backlogs, traditionally we've been depending on own sourcing in order to deal with the maintenance backlog, and therefore we're working with the Department of Infrastructure. We're also looking at what type of revenue streams we can dedicate to maintenance. And I think in the past what we've done is, if we're looking at infrastructure and job creation, then we know that for job creation, the key is within our maintenance program, because that is one way in which we can employ quite a number of people within the Western Cape. In terms of just supporting our maintenance program. And the idea ultimately is, if we can and we become successful in using alternatives, and we have been successful in a number of ways, in terms of one that the committee might be familiar with, would be the budget facility on infrastructure. And if we access that, then it means that we potentially free up funds that we can put into that we could utilize in a different way, as opposed to new build, but then look at our on what we can do in terms of maintenance. I'm going to ask Annelies if she's got any further input, Annelies and Ziad, in terms of our infrastructure portfolio and spend. And then maybe just the level of influence, if I can just cycle back. I think also at an executive level, what we're doing is through our various fora, and Minister chairs is yet to the first one, the Provincial Budget and Governance Forum with the MACO members of finance. And at that level, we take these types of issues that's close to the heart of local government, and we present it to those MACO members. And the ask is really that when they go back into the council meetings, that they take these things forward. So that is also an avenue that we are, that ministers looking at in terms of looking at our level of influence and making sure that the support that we give actually land within the municipal space. Annalise?
Just from our side, in terms of the HOT, as mentioned, in terms of the BFI, what has come through from the National Treasury is that they are changing and re-looking and reviewing in terms of the BFI going forward. We're also hoping for ourselves with the panel of experts in terms of the tender that's going out, is for us then also to look differently in terms of our project pipeline. What we mean by that is the fact that to get expertise in to look at how we can package some of our maintenance projects in a way that that the market might want to respond to in the first place, but also that it can actually meet the different criteria for different funding streams that's outside of the fiscus. So that's why I indicated, so the number one, we're looking and we're hoping that the changes to the BFI is going to be able for us as a country to respond to our maintenance backlog as a country. Because that is then something that National Treasury has punted also. But then, as I also indicated, is in terms of some of the accessing of funding, you require funds at the or packaging projects that meets in terms of certain either criteria from a quantitative perspective in terms of rands and cents, or in terms of the impact it could have on communities. So that's what we're looking at for the expertise to come in to the Treasury to assist the departments in how to package some of those maintenance projects, which we've never done before. We've packaged catalytic and new projects, but we haven't done the same kind of thinking around maintenance, and that's where we're wanting to go.
Thank you very much for the question. So our external bursary program that includes the Nedbank essay writing competition as well as our external bursary initiative is open to all residents of the Western Cape province. Currently, we are very proud to have 45 active bursary holders in the academic year. And they represent a very diverse range of communities. So it does span across the northern suburbs through to Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, then also Cape Town, and then a lot coming from George as well as Stellenbosch. But that's not an exhaustive list. Thank you.
Chair, I think if the committee maybe wants the full list, maybe we can just send the areas, and maybe Nadia can just, if we can't submit the names and surnames, just maybe hold the one from this area or hold the two, and this.
Thank you very much, members. More questions on part B before we move over to the final part of the annual report for Provincial Treasury? I do not see any hands online. I also do not see any. Members, we now move over to the final section of the annual report, part D, pages 111 to 140. Which is human resource management. Members, questions? Member Mkonlu, please go ahead.
That's at 111.
111, yes.
I thought you said 140.
No, to 140.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My first question is on page 120. I think we're back to this question of the staff turnover. In 3.4.4, you've got about 30 people that have left, and you've got 27 with no reasons provided. Let me tell you already, the response that says you cannot get people to give you answers, I think that drift we know by now. So don't go there. What one is interested in, because these would have been your employees. So I would want to understand, I think part of what was raised earlier on is that people get better employ and. So I'm interested to understand what is happening here. Why such a high number, of people resigning from provincial treasury? And is this a matter that is being attended, Minister? And what is it? I think, is it Nadia, if I'm not mistaken, even made mention that there are even a high level of illnesses, and it's a very worrying, this is a very efficient team that has led this provincial treasury very well under very difficult circumstances, providing clean audits. It's just not fair, Minister, that we are very well of lauding, officials to produce clean audits, but there are conditions of employment, and I'm not arguing that they are, because I do not know. And what I do not know, I cannot throw bones here. I'm asking questions. I'm not throwing bones. But if you say colleagues know all is well, but I think this has been happening. I've been fortunately in this committee, even in the previous, I think, annual report, that this is one area that one is very concerned about and how it affects the staff morale. So I'm interested to just get some answers about this and whether it's a matter that you are attending. If you are attending, how are you attending it? The second one is 122 on the employment equity. On the employment equity, what I'm interested to know, if we look at the different categories here, and one would seem in this department that there is somewhat thin on attracting African professionals. Is there a challenge when you are recruiting in this regard? If so, if you can explain what that is. And my last one is the third question, is on page 123. In terms of your number of disabled employees, I know that there's a particular quota for disability in, I think, by DPSA, and I'm just trying to check whether is this sufficient for your department? Is it an area that also you are considering to bring in persons with disabilities in your space? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nkondlu. Member Masipa, I saw you earlier. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, my question really relate to page 125 and 130. The 125 talks about disciplinary action. I see there's one person that has been for disciplinary this financial year. And the incapacity talks about, the numbers and the cost in terms of the estimated cost, the number of average days per employee. So I think these are matters that normally, you get them a lot on the media space, with regards to the issues, especially when it comes to public sector. I think the question for me is, how are we doing as a province, benchmarking us against the rest of the country in terms of issues like incapacity and obviously, like I said, disciplinary actions, which really ultimately impact, the workforce and the productivity of any institution as such. If you can really just maybe share with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Anyone for a third question before we hand over to the department? I do not see any hands. Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister and HOD.
Let me first start, and then I can give to Nadia. I think maybe I think the question was in relation to the concern raised, and I think it's a concern that as a top management team that we are actively trying to address. Because it's not just in, I mean, the people sitting here also suffering from some of the same issues because of the high turnover. And I think for us, is the approach and the intervention is twofold. One, we obviously we have no, we have limited ability in counter offer in providing counter offers, and then I think people also leave, and we had a aging. I think we mustn't lose the context of the fact that we had a aging staff complement. So some people left and they might not have given reasons because they left because they are retiring. But of concern is obviously those that have left and has not given, who opted not to give an explanation. And I think what so we've dealt with a number of culture interventions in the past, but I think as a team right now we are focusing really on ensuring that we create an environment where people want to stay. And there are certain things that you cannot, that is outside of one's control. And if people opt to leave, then there's very little, I think, that we can do. But what we have done is to try at least to create a physical environment that would make it conducive for people to stay. But also what we're working on is in terms of changing the culture of the organization. Yes, we're getting the clean audits. Yes, we've had a culture of output and outcome driven, and at the same time the things not necessarily having the fund to fill all the positions. And I think one can then see what type of pressure then it leaves within the system, and with those who are staying that will have to pick up the pressure, and therefore you get people would either leave because somewhere else they don't have to work and do double or triple, but they can get double the salary. And I think that then makes it a very difficult environment to manage. And I think our solution and what we're trying to do is to look at it from both a people as well as a technology perspective. And how do we use those two aspects together with really a change in terms of shifting the mindsets and trying to get the culture to change within, but not necessarily compromising on our standard and on our ability to perform in the manner that we have been performing. And that becomes a really challenging and tricky balance that we're trying to get at. And it's not going to, unfortunately, given our processes and where we find ourselves, we will have to fix the plane whilst flying it. There is no other way in which we can do it. So we can't stop and then get it right. We need to do it whilst we're still maintaining and continue to deliver on what we're delivering. And hence also our focus this year, our vision is how do we become an enabler and a reliable partner? How do we maintain that without necessarily compromising the people who need to ensure that we continue to keep and to do what we need to do in terms of keeping the system stable. And I don't think we're gonna get there overnight. It is a process. But I think from the team, from myself and the team here, there is a commitment that we do get it right. So I'm gonna with that hand over to Nadia.
Thank you again for those questions. So from the point of view of resignations, especially the reasons for resignations as well as the exit interviews and the feedback that we receive from it, we do have a significant portion of resignations that is due to contract expirations, and that's also tied in with our bursary obligators that exit the system. job changes, but we are very mindful of the 90% of our staff members that refused or did not give reasons for leaving. We are mindful that we can't force people to give reasons or even conclude the interview. But the data that we do receive from it, we are analyzing them and we feeding it back into the system. So while we can't coerce our employees to provide reasons for leaving, there are a number of things that we have applied our minds to in what we could do differently. For instance, we could include a third party, a sort of impartial third party person conducting the interview, and hopefully our staff members could feel more open and be able to give a more honest and transparent response. But the bottom line is we want to make sure, like Ms. Gantana indicated, it's got a lot to do with culture. And we want to make sure that our employees feel heard and supported while they are still very much employed within our midst in order to reduce the turnover and to reduce the likelihood of them leaving, and also to increase the likelihood of them giving us positive and constructive feedback. If I move on to the topic of employment equity, we understand that the target groups of African males and coloured females, they do remain underrepresented in the department, and the EE targets prioritize the recruitment of these groupings. But the age-old problem is that we risk all the time losing them to either the private sector or to the municipalities, against which we can't compete with these salaries. African females in general have shown an increase in the representation that is beyond the employment equity target, so that's a good thing. While our coloured female category is overrepresented. So this is a common thread that we do see throughout the Western Cape government, and we are mindful of it. With regards to our persons with disabilities, we have exceeded our target of 2%. We're close on to 4%. And this doesn't mean we're going to rest on our laurels. In fact, we are going to chase the newly set target of 7%, and that's for the next 5 years. And we've got some nice interventions in the newly approved employment equity plan to reach that. Thank you.
Then on the disciplinary, I think in the benchmark, member Masipo, I think for us, given the audits that we're getting and the and external assessments in terms of benchmarking, we believe that with the information in the annual report, we're still fairly, and I don't want to say that we're in a good space, but we're still in a better position, I think, than where the rest of the country finds itself, if I can leave it at that. Thanks.
Chair, just on the human resources part that I wanted to say is, HOD mentioned obviously this difficult situation where we don't have enough people, where they have multiple job descriptions, where we're not able to pay them the same that the private sector or other municipalities are paying them. And there's actually, recently, there's actually a Black African male that's being poached by a municipality that will be leaving our ranks in the Eastern Cape to the Eastern Cape soon, to the Eastern Cape Treasury. And they've been doing amazing. I'm not sure if Tobalani is here with us today. Maybe, yeah, in the workshop, okay. But he's been doing amazing work, for example, in the MFMA team. And we really are struggling being able to, with the constraints that we have in terms of just salaries, being able to compete with our competitors essentially, and that is difficult. And maybe as a government we need to have a much stronger conversation with the DPSA on how we can try and resolve some of these matters relating to competitiveness and salary. And just on the technology part, as much as I'm a big proponent that we must include much more technology in our government, technology isn't 100% going to replace people. We still need human resources to be able to think critically, to analyze, to do things like artificial intelligence cannot necessarily do. Artificial intelligence might currently be able to assist us a lot with efficiencies within the system and try to alleviate some of the workload upon our officials. But the artificial intelligence at the moment won't necessarily be able to give you the nuance of a particular circumstance or a situation. And I do think that it might be a balance going forward. I think something I always used to say is I don't want AI to do art and gardening for me. I want AI to do the dishes and I want it to clean the house so that I can do the art and I can do the gardening. And that really is the aim, that we try and take some of these routine matters off of people's desks so that we can try and reduce their workload in order for them to be able to assist us with the important questions in life. And just in terms of disciplinary and capacity matters, I know HOD said we are a bit, when we look at some of the things that are happening by us in comparison to other provinces, we are better off. But I think really what sets us apart, Chair, is when something does go wrong, are you able to, do you have the processes to deal with it? No system is ever going to be perfect, but we need to be confident that the systems we put in place will actually deal with these type of situations. And I think what we can be proud of as the Western Cape government is that we are able to pick up on things when they go wrong, and that we are committed to being able to implement these processes to be able to deal with the various situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any follow-ups or new questions to the department? Thank you, Member Mkonlu. Please go ahead.
Colleagues, thank you for the answer. And I'm sure this would be a matter, Chair, that would have to follow up with the department. Because I think for me, the number is just too high. Because if one reads your resignations with your terminations, you know, one still sees, if you look at page 120, you know, that resignations are about 68%. And out of those, 27 of them did not provide reasons. So this for me is worrying. I hear the response perhaps of a third party that will be included, because we need to understand why employees won't feel free enough when they leave to say, because clearly it shouldn't be about the department unless they were unhappy. That's why they can't even say. So I think that intervention should be welcomed, and hopefully you would be briefing us in the committee about progress thereof. My question, I just want to understand, when I look at your leave, sick leave, I may not necessarily be an HR expert to understand what it means. Perhaps you can indulge me in terms of your leave. Is this an average performance if one looks at it in terms of the number of people that are taking sick leave in particular? Because when I look at it against the incapacity is not much, but I'm not sure what to make out of your sick leave report in page 130. Perhaps you could indulge us in that level. My next one, Chair, is on page 135. Is it possible for you to share with us on 3.12.4? What were the nature of these grievances that were lodged? I see that it says 5 were resolved, 2 are not resolved. So can you just share with us what were the nature of these grievances? And then my last one is on the injury on duty. I see on this reporting here there are 3. What exactly happened here? And my understanding is that you are not in treasury. You are not carrying bags. Hey, I would be very worried, or bags of cement, or what happens? Why are we having 3 3 people, 1 temporarily disabled. Is your work that risky? Should we worry, colleagues? You know, your health is very important. So maybe just indulge us. What is going on? What is going on here to have this kind of report? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlu. Any other members? I do not see any hands. Thank you. Over to the department.
Thank you, Member Nkundlu. So let me start with the IODs, of which they resulted from minor accidents. So when I say minor accidents, I'm talking about tampering of wiring beneath the desks, which gave rise to some scratches. The utilization of the hydro boil in the kitchen led to somebody's hand being burnt. Then there's occupational diseases that happens over a period of time and gets impacted on by the air conditioning or by the manner in which they sit at the desk. So somebody complained about injury to their back and to their neck, and also supported by medical certification. So in response, we are procuring the necessary equipment to support this official. With regards to sick leave, Member Nkondlo, we do have a total of 36 days over a period of 3 years. So the cycle commenced in January 2022 and it's going to terminate at the end of December this year. So this works out roughly to like a very simple calculation of 12 days a year if you want to divide it by 3. So at the moment, we have an average of 8 days sick leave that is taken, which is an improvement from the previous year because last year we were average of 10 days. And compared to the CSC average, it's not as detrimental or as negative as what you may think. Then the natures of the grievances that we've had to manage over the number of months, they span from promotions, so staff that are unhappy that they weren't successful in promotions, in applications for jobs, leave discrepancies, and then also some unfair labor practices. But monitoring these over time, we have noticed that the numbers have been reduced, and we're doing what we can to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any final questions or comments on Part D? I do not see any. Just check any online or any members of the public who wish to comment on the annual report. Not see any. That then concludes our deliberation on the annual report of the Provincial Treasury. We will now break for a quick 15 minutes. We will be back at 10 to 11 with the entity. So those officials who are not needed, or the minister or the HOD, thank you so much for joining us. You do not have to be back at 10 to 11. Minister, would you like to please go ahead?
Thank you, HOD, and I will be here for the next section. But just for those officials that won't be joining us for the next section, just again, thank you for everything in the past financial year. And again, just to my predecessor, I know I wasn't here for the year under review. I was in a different seat. But it's always wonderful seeing how every year on year, Provincial Treasury just goes from height to new heights, and just the work that they're doing. When you look at it from a long 5-year perspective, you can really see the impact that the team has had, and we hope not to disappoint you in the year coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We have some refreshments at the back, and we will be back at 10 to 11. Thanks.
Comanda.
Okay, we are ready to start again. Good morning and welcome to the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Before we ask you to just do a brief round of introductions, just to note that we have received the apology from the chairperson, Mr. Basuday, as well as one of the board members, Ms. A. Mvandaba. So we are aware of the two of those apologies. If we can just ask the Gambling and Racing Board to introduce themselves. Over to you, Deputy Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, the members, PT and my colleagues. My name is Toma Fani and I'm the Deputy Chair of the Gambling Board.
Good morning, Chair, members, colleagues, Minister. I'm Primo Abrams, the Office of the Board.
Good morning, Chair and everybody. My name is Liesl Hartman and I'm the Manager Legal Services of the Board.
Good morning, Chair, members and colleagues. My name is Lizanne Venter. I'm a board member.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Mervyn Burton and I'm a board member. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Asovin Chetty, board member.
Good morning, Chair and members. It's Robin Bennett, HOD, Regulatory Compliance.
Good morning, Chair and members. Alvin Matthews, HOD, ICT.
Good morning, Chair and members. Mzikaba Umsolo, HOD Licensing.
Good morning again. Malcolm Boyson, Director Fiscal Policy, Provincial Treasury.
Thank you, everyone. Members, we will be deliberating on sections A, B, and D of the board's annual report. But before we get to that, I will now hand over to Minister Baartman for her opening remarks. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be long, as I would like us to also just hand over to Mr. Abrams, our CEO, just for maybe some introductory remarks. But I just wanted to say to the board, congratulations for the clean audit that they've achieved. In terms of tax, gambling taxes and levies, the board has collected an amount of 1.5 billion rand for the year under review, as well as reported that the industry contributed 30.7 million rand towards CSI programs for the reporting period. And we've seen significant growth within the gambling industry within the province, particularly in terms of online sports betting. And just for being able to manage that within the fiscal constraint currently in the province, just my appreciation for myself and from the department. I think the board is doing a stellar job despite all of the different constraints that you are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms. Fani or Mr. Abrams, please go ahead.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Chair. Chair, if I can just go over the introductory successes and challenges the board has faced over the financial year. The board's process and financial oversight has met the standards for a clean audit for the year under review. The board was able to achieve its mandate despite its resource constraints, and you will see that coming out of the annual report. The board has collected in excess of 1.5 billion rand in taxes for the Western Cape Fiscus. It has successfully completed and approved the OD review of its corporate structure to ensure effective and efficient service delivery. And the board has taken possession of its own building to accommodate for its operational offices. And then, Chair, with regards to the challenges, the inadequate resources to perform its mandate without overtaxing its current staff complement is still a challenge for the board. The inability to achieve financial self-sustainability, the slow process of rolling out of legislated gambling offerings, and the Gambling Board is one of the lowest remunerated entities in the Western Cape, as per the public entity review. And this, Chair, has impeded the board's ability to attract the necessary skills. And may I also add, it also impedes on the board retaining its current skilled employees. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Fani. Mr. Abrams, nothing from your side? Okay, thanks. Members, we are now starting with Part A, General Information, pages 4 to 17. Any questions or comments on Part A or the Minister or the Deputy Chair's opening remarks? Please indicate. I see Member Mkondlu. Member Mkondlu, please go ahead.
On the comments of the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and also the minister, I think my one question is when is the gambling board moving out of the provincial treasury to economic development department? That's the first one. The second one, Chair, is that I think part of what is raised in both the forward of the chair and I think also touched on by the CEO is the issue of caution or attention to overstimulation of gambling. And my interest is what is your plan, around this particular issue? As you had already pointed it out as a potential risk. What is it that you are thinking of doing? And also the issue of your self-sufficiency. Are there any ideas that you are thinking about? I know that we've been dealing with the repeal of the legislation, which I'm assuming is supposed to have been assented to now. So does that mean when we look at your next annual report, we are not longer going to be dealing with this question of self-sufficiency? Because I can see you are refusing to be a SASSA recipient or a grant recipient from Provincial Treasury, as you put it here, that you continue to receive a grant from government. So I'm interested to know what are the ideas of revenue streams you're thinking of as a board to help you in that journey of self-sufficiency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Mkondlu. Member Masipa, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is on page 20 with regards to economic situation. It is stated here that electricity supply...
Apologies, Member Masipa, is that under Part B?
Is it, are we... Oh, sorry.
That's Part A. We'll get to that when we've concluded Part A.
I'm on B, sorry. Apologies. No,
No
I don't
worries.
have a question on Part B.
Perfect, thank you. Any other members on Part A? Don't see anything online. Let's afford the board the opportunity to start with Member Mkondlu's question. Over to you.
Chair, thank you, members. With regards to when is the board changing departments, the board is under Provincial Treasury under legislation. So I think maybe Treasury is the best to answer that question, Chair.
Chair, I was just joking with HOD here next to me quickly. The question isn't when is the board moving from the Provincial Treasury, it's whether it should. And until Provincial Treasury sees the data and the evidence that it will be better for the fiscus for it to be under D that the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board will be remaining with the Provincial Treasury. But if such data and evidence exist, we will share it with the committee. But I have not seen such data and evidence that it would be better for the fiscus that it should be moved. I'm not sure, Malcolm, if you want to come in just on the self-sufficiency. Or if Ms. Fani, are you going to be dealing with the self-sufficiency? Start with Malcolm.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Yes, I just going to confirm that the act has been assented to. the 19th Amendment to the Penal Act that member has referred to. But in terms of the self-sufficiency of the board, one must remember that board is a 3C entity and it will always remain then dependent on some resources from the fiscus. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add, if HOD, I know that there's been an application for retention of the surplus for the board as well. Maybe we can just comment on that. But just in terms of self-sufficiency on the taxes portion, so we know that the board's taxes that they collect on behalf of the Western Cape government goes to the Provincial Revenue Fund. And earlier today, I mentioned, for example, in order for one to be able, for example, to go get a credit rating, the first thing they're going to look at is our Provincial Revenue Fund. So depending on where the different revenue sources, and this is just not just applicable to the gambling board, it's applicable to various other departments and entities as well. Depending on where the money goes into first, those credit rating agencies, when assessing our bank account, is going to assess the Provincial Revenue Fund and whether one can borrow against revenue, various different revenue. And if that revenue is not in your Provincial Revenue Fund, you sit with a situation where someone's going to ask you, but if you're not able to model your future revenue, what are you going to go borrow against?
Chair, maybe just to indicate that we have currently related, but the board did submit an application to retain the surplus. We've not evaluated the application as yet.
Thank you very much, members. Any further questions on Part A? Member Nkondlo, please go ahead.
Okay. Since Minister, you chose to change my question. And I'm sure you have the liberty to do that about the location of the board, that you have not seen the data. Perhaps you have not asked, so maybe you must ask the data so that when we discuss, we come back and then we can have the conversation. Because surely, I think this matter, there are a lot of other provinces that they are gambling bodies. Actually, in page 20, I think in the overview, it's even written there. You know, they are in the Department of Economic Development for economic reasons. And it goes back to fiscus, because fiscus is part of the economy. So whether it's a political decision that yourselves at a political level, you're choosing that this board may not even consider to be underdeeded, that's a decision that you can. I think you can make. You are given that leeway to make that. But I thought also the board is something that perhaps we could give them an opportunity to deliberate on. Having said that, Chair, I just want to move on that question to page 21. Looking at the growth actually of the sector that the report gives to us. I just want to check that with I think it says it's 25.8% increase of gambling revenue that has been generated in the province from the 12.2 billion. Actually, even the increase of this or the growth of this industry, I think has grown. My question thereof, I think I read where I think the CEO speaks about fair CSI. I just want to check with the board whether at this point is the total contribution of the industry towards CSI in accordance to the codes, which is 1% net profit after tax. Is it in terms of figures, and can you provide us that information per a gambling, what do you call them, sector? So that's my first question that I would like to have. The second one is on page 25.
Apologies, Member Nkondlo, you are on part B already.
On part B.
Yes. So if we can just conclude on
We're dealing with the, okay. I got it now. Sorry, Chair.
okay, no, it's fine. I think we captured the question, but let's just conclude on part A first. Member Brankhuis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, a service provider has been appointed to conduct page 25.
That's also part B, member.
Is it also part B?
Yes, so I guess we can move over to part B once we've answered Member Nkondlu's first question on part A, if that's fine with everyone. Thank you. Minister, over to you.
So, Chair, I just want to clarify. If the data and the evidence shows that it needs to move to DDAT because it will be better for the fiscus, by all means, I would love not to have to be an executive authority over a board. I think the National Finman also made a joke about something completely different at a national level, that if he doesn't have to manage any grant, he'll be very happy for the rest of his life. But the one thing we always look at when looking at these type of taxes is it in the best interest of the fiscus? But what I'd like to ask is if there's particular learnings or data and evidence that the board may have from either other provinces or international, how they do things, if we can maybe share some of those learnings or information that we have. We do know that our board is one of the most efficient. I would like to go further. It's actually the most efficient board. We get lots of compliments from different stakeholders on the work of our board. So maybe if you the board can maybe just elaborate on some of those matters for us. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Member Nkondlo asked a question about overstimulation in the industry and how we're trying to improve that. I'm going to ask Mr. Bennett to just speak to that.
Thanks, Chair. The board has various processes in place to ensure that we don't have an increase in the overstimulation of gambling. The first is the public participation process. Before we roll out, when a license holder makes an application in a specific area, there is an advertisement placed in the local newspaper, as well as the local media that gets circulated in that particular area, the free media, so that everybody is aware that there is going to be a gambling retail outlet in that premises. They then got an opportunity to give their written objections to the board, and if required, the board will conduct a hearing where the license holder is required to give responses to the public relating to their questions. The board also, prior to them rolling out any new type of mode of gambling, will conduct specific research into that. Currently, we got research going on with respect to responsible gambling. The board further now has established a responsible gambling division at the board, which is going to focus primarily on issues relating to education of the public awareness, and also to advise the public on the dangers and harms of problem gambling. So there is a lot more enhanced features that the board got in place, specifically going into the new year, relating to educating the public, because many a times it is not really the number of outlets that are out there. It is the lack of information that the public have about gambling, and the fact that it is intended for a entertainment mode as opposed to a mode of making money. During this year, we also had a number of engagement with the national body, which is the South African Responsible Gambling Foundation, and there was a number of rollouts that we did in the outlying areas, specifically at primary schools, where we determined that there was prevalence of a lot of illegal or unlawful gambling taking place. And the SRGF then, together, obviously in communication with the education department, entered various schools where they had programs which were designed to educate the children on gambling and the dangers and harms related to that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And then with regards to how the other PLAs perform or their relationship with the departments, Chair, I don't think the board has that immediate information with us right now. I think we can go back and do a benchmarking exercise to see what type of shareholders impact, compact they may probably have with their departments. And Minister, we will share that information with you, with yourselves.
Thank you very much. Members, just a reminder to record your resolutions for the end. Members, can we conclude on part A? I can see you very excited to move on to part B. Okay, so we can conclude on part A. Let's start with part B, 20 to 45. Member Nkondlu, you had the first word. Please continue.
So we're in part B.
Part B, yes, 20 to 45.
Okay, Chair, thank you very much. Okay, on stakeholders on page 20, I think following through on the response of the colleague, I think you mentioned there, I think there's a mention that license holders and board are afforded an opportunity to attend committee meetings and in certain instances, board meetings for representations, including the public. I'm just interested in this particular financial year, what would have been, without going into each and one of them, what would have been issues raised in these meetings from the public that you would have picked up as a board, and how have you responded to such? The second one, I think, is there on page 21. I think, once again, my question is on the increase and the growth of the industry. And my interest is exactly, I think, the question on their CSI spend. I think you would have captured my question on that one. And lastly, Chair, is on page 23 as my third one on the illegal gambling. I just want, if you can indicate to us, maybe you can just take us through what is illegal gambling in this context, and what's the extent or scope of what you have observed in the province and what you are doing about it.
Thank you, Member Nkondlu. Member Masipa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My first question is on page 20, but that has also to, I just want to link it with page 44. Okay, so page 20, you talk about electricity supply shortages, which had obviously constrained your growth. South Africa as such. So I think the question is, you have highlighted the issues. Are you now prepared if load shedding starts tomorrow? Are you ready? What's your capacity in terms of dealing with load shedding if it happens? The other point that I just want to reflect on a little bit is with regards to page 44, to the same question. In terms of your revenue collection in financial year 2022 and 2023, you over-collected with about 50 million. And then the 2024, you over-collected with 10 million. So you had about a 5 million drop. Is this related to some of the electricity issue, or does it not tie up? I just want to get if there are some connection to that. On page 25, Honorable Nkondlu asked the question with regards to illegal gambling, but I think my question really around this illegal gambling is, how do you make sure that you create awareness to mitigate before it happens? So that people are much aware. How are you engaging the public in terms of really making sure that it does not happen? With regards to litigation on page 30 and current legislation, I do know that there are a number of legislation here that we probably will be dealing with in this term of office. But I do note that also there are national legislation and Western Cape legislation. Would you provide us with a brief with regards to how far are we in terms of really making sure that this legislation come before the standing committee to finalize them? Are we planning to finalize them in this term of office, or if there are delays, what are the kind of delays with regards to this legislation? I'm reading this section on 2.31 on litigation. I follow, but there's come a point where I don't really follow. I just want maybe to help me just to get it. I'm just going to read the last part where I miss it. You say, as a regulator, the board considers broader public interest issues and not purely the commercial interests. Then you say the board therefore does not participate in all litigious matters where it is cited as an interested party, but bases its determinations on whether to participate in the litigation, on the nature of relief sought, and the legal implications on the board's mandate and the industry it regulates. If maybe you can just make it, explain it in really layman's language for my own understanding. Thank you. The last one, so the last one, can I just finish? It's just last one. I'm not going to.
I just want to check if they are you capturing, okay, just for them as well to make it easier to answer. But if they have the capacity to do another one, please.
Okay.
Please.
So the last one pertains to, where's my page now? It's to do with money. Okay, but maybe they can. Okay, no, I got it. It's on page 36. Just to do with underperformance. So here, as far as I'm concerned, is that on program of linking performance with budget, you took, I see the budget was 65 million and the actual expenditure was 57 million, and under expenditure was 7.6 million. I just want to make sure if I get it right. So according to the notes below is that the Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities has approved rollover of funds to the amount of 6.2 million. Is that 6.2 million part of this under expenditure? These funds will be utilized during the financial year 2024-2025 for refurbishment of the office accommodation. Just clarity there if it's not too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Masipa. Member Brankhuis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, a service provider has been appointed, page 25, the research initiatives. A service provider has been appointed to conduct the research which is regarding problem gambling incidents, which is aimed to be finalized on the 31st of January 2025. My question is, are we still on par in reaching that aim of finalizing that research conduct of 31st January 2025? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brankhuis. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Okay, Chair. I hope I've captured all of the questions. Chair, the question with regards to the legislative amendments and how far we are. I think the 19th Amendment Bill, it's under Peter. I'm going to ask them to just answer that question with regards to when it's coming to this committee. Thank you.
With regard to the 19th Amendment Act that has been repealed, as far as the 20th and 21st Amendment Acts, we're currently busy with concluding some research, and we're also seeking legal advice, and also dealing with the tax matters related to the bill. I think we project that we will approach the legislature within the first half of next year to introduce the legislation into the legislative process there.
Thank you, Chair. If I can go to the next question, that's fine.
The questions of Member Masipa, are you done responding to those as well?
No, Chair, we will attend to those questions as well.
Okay, I think let's just give him a second to return.
Okay, and then I can respond to Honourable Nkondlo's question.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Honourable Nkondlo asked about the CSI contribution per sector and how we and the revenue collection. Mr. Bennett, can you just respond to that?
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the CSI contributions and the correlation to the growth in the revenue for the industry, at this point in time it's not aligned, specifically because the LPM industry and the casinos, when they applied for a license, it was a bidding process. And they indicated it was a requirement in the RFA for them to indicate what the CSI contributions are going to be. The bookmaking industry has been in existence before the Act already. The board is actually in the process of amending certain issues relating to the license conditions, whereby there will be mandatory CSI contributions. At the moment, there are CSI contributions, but it is more on a discretionary basis of a license holder as opposed to being imposed by the board. Therefore, you will see that the CSI spend doesn't really, the growth in that doesn't really correlate to the growth in the revenue year on year, Chair.
Chair, the other question, Mr. Bennett, was what is illegal gambling in terms of our definition?
Thanks, Chair. In terms of illegal gambling and the type of awareness that we're creating, the one thing that the board actively gets involved in is the government's two-song program. We do go on these quarterly roadshows where, specifically in the outlying areas, we make people aware of not only what illegal gambling is, but also we educate them in terms of the role of the board and what people can come to the board for. I think it's very important to know that there is a direct correlation between illegal gambling and revenue growth in any jurisdiction. One can observe this from other provinces as well. So if you do not act on your illegal gambling, your revenue growth will not be as good as what it should be. In this province, I must say, the board has the best relationship with the law enforcement official, that is SAPS, Metro Police, law enforcement. We have a monthly meeting where we discuss joint operations as to what we're going to do. The board further then has training sessions with all the designated legal officers of SAPS, and we get that invitations on a monthly basis as well, to train the officers as to identify what is illegal gambling, because sometimes these people are out in the field on their own without us, and then they can act on that. So we must say our efforts in terms of illegal gambling together with SAPS has always proved to be very successful. And we continue to try to educate the public through attendance at even the community police forum meetings. It's not we always get invited to that, but where we do get an invitation, then we educate the people on that as well, Chair.
Okay, Chair, and there was a question about our relationship with the public and what structures do we have to interact with the public. I will say that we do have a responsible gambling committee, and that committee consists of the office and also license holders. And it's an opportunity for license holders to attend those meetings and raise any responsible gambling issues. And we also have in our board meetings as well, we have a section of the meeting that's open to the public. But I will ask the HOD of licensing and compliance to just go through what some of the issues that license holders have raised in those committees.
Oh, the committee meetings that we have is for the different sectors, besides the responsible gambling committee, which is for the entire industry. So we have the casino committee, we have the LPM committee, and then we have the betting committee. At these committees, they would mainly talk about issues relating to legislation. It is always a very positive engagement. They understanding the role that we got to do. We understanding the role that they have to do is, but we have over this past specific year is we have emphasized the need for the board to give greater protection to the public, and by giving greater protection, we mean is just making public aware as to what it is that they can that they will encounter when they start engaging in betting and gambling. We have now discussed the fact is that we are introducing responsible gambling measures. It will be a bit of a change to a lot of people in the industry, but it's something that it is required, because in that way we believe the public will just have a better understanding as to what they encounter and any dangers and harms that they may encounter as well, Chair. So that's basically it. In terms of our communication with the public, there is no specific forum for that. The only other forum that we do exactly have is where punters have a patron dispute. The board is then empowered to investigate the patron dispute and that go through the process of an internal process within the office to which we make a decision. If either party is not satisfied with that, they then can escalate that and request that a hearing be conducted, to which the full board will sit at such hearing. And we had a couple of those. During these type of discussions, it comes to our attention that in many instances is, it's just sometimes a lack of understanding from members of the public, and that is why we are really going to focus on public awareness, not only from the point of view to tell them about dangers and harms about gambling, but just talk to them about gambling as where people believe that playing a gambling game, winning should not be the ultimate outcome thereof, is because I think that is where a lot of people get confused about it. So we are going to be focusing on public education in the new year, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Masipa asked, are we prepared for load shedding? Asked the CEO to respond to that, and also why there's been a revenue, a drop in the revenue collection. I also asked the CEO to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So it's not the board itself that has a problem with load shedding. It's actually the license holders. And if you look at the bigger license holders like the casinos and that, they prepared for load shedding. It's the small establishment like the RPMs that can't afford to put in something for load shedding. So they normally closed during load shedding, and therefore the revenue drops. And then obviously the revenue, the taxes and everything drops because they closed. So they're saying it's not worth your while to put in something for a couple of hours. And obviously the cost benefit analysis to them is negative. So it's not the board itself, but our license holders. So that's the load shedding side of things. And then the revenue collection is dependent on the application. So in 2023 financial year, that was the year when most of the bookmakers, online bookmakers, applied. In the 2024 years, it petered down. So we dependent on the application itself. We don't solicit anything. We don't go out and try and look for people to apply. They must have their own volition apply. And so one can see that the application has come down. And therefore the concomitant board charges will come down because we have less people to license. And then a big thing here is services in kind. Now, services in kind is where we get free services. Like our previous building, we had a full year of getting a rent-free building, and the DOI then paid for that building. And in the year under review, we went into our own building, so that we no longer had a free building for the full period. So those are the contributing factors in to the drop of about 5 million rand between the 2 years. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I don't know if I've forgotten any questions, but
the research initiatives.
A service provider regarding the research, gambling prevalence. Ms. Hartman will answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the research that is currently being conducted, the field work has been completed, and the study covered the various regions basically where the casinos are situated. All the license holders, different types of license holders were interviewed in respect of this project. And currently the researchers are busy compiling the data, scanning the data and busy compiling a report. So hopefully by early in November, they will be providing us with a draft report to review. So we are on track.
Ms. Hartman, if you can also respond to the litigation.
Thank you, Chair. So with regards to the litigation, the matters that is set out under 2.3.1 is the matters that the board is currently dealing with. Member Masipa had a question surrounding the last 4 sentences of the 3rd paragraph under litigation. With regards to a situation where the board decides as to whether it will oppose a matter where it has been cited. It will, for instance, be a matter where the board the board was cited because it's the regulator in the industry, but the board is not directly involved in the relevant dispute. So if it, for example, if it is a situation where the board wants to feels that the court should decide on a particular matter and that would be in the best interest of the public to consider a particular matter, then the board won't necessarily oppose the matter, but will then abide by the court's decision. So sometimes the board is, so if the board realizes that the industry will be affected as well as the board or the fiscus will be affected in terms of a particular issue that is raised, then the board will oppose the relevant matter. For instance, in the matter where the board made a decision to roll out 1,000 LPMs or to grant the 2 route operators a opportunity or further gambling machines LPMs to roll out. There was a particular industry stakeholder that wasn't happy with that decision and then took the board to court. And because that decision any decision made by the court would affect the board's powers in terms of having made the decision to roll out that machines, the board in that situation then opposed the matter because it was strictly related to the board's decision that was made in that particular matter. There was also recently a case that the board was cited in where it was pertaining to the equine industry and a charge that is charged for horses to be held in quarantine for a certain period. The board in that matter was cited as the 6th respondent in the matter, but because the board does not really regulate that part of the industry or the quarantine facilities of the horse racing industry, we did not oppose that matter because there was no interest that the board had in the outcome. It was something that the parties had to sort out between themselves. Yeah, so that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Members, second round of questions on part B. Member Nkondlo, please go ahead.
I've got a follow-up on the questions that I've asked. I'm really worried about the response that says the CSI at this point is contribution is per discretionary of industry, because that for me goes against what is on page 22. If we look at 2.1.4, the first paragraph there is very clear about the mandate of the board and its role. So I'm not sure at what point does the board then allows discretion to industry in as far as its CSI contribution is concerned, which is a regulated thing within the BBBE codes, you know, in terms of how that contribution and how that contribution should be made. So I'm not sure. And actually, when I read in the CEO comments, one of the things he speaks about, he says The board has collected, and via its, I'm reading a wrong line. Actually, the one I wanted to read is one that says this growth in the Western Cape gambling industry has highlighted the need for the board to increase its resources to service the industry, enhance the responsible gambling measures, and ensure a fair distribution of the CSI funding. That is why I asked the question whether CSI of the industry is in accordance to what is regulated, not what they feel, not what is discretionary. And why are we having discretion of industry bodies when it comes to CSI contribution? And is that the same with what you have said there in page 22, that there are some license holders who are not exempted? Which license holders are exempted in terms of triple BE? If you can explain that to me. I'm just saying, Chair, that is a worrying area from where I'm sitting. If at this point you've got a growing industry, but when it comes to its obligations, such is not necessarily placed in accordance to the mandate of the board. The second issue, Chair, also which is a follow-up, is that when you say that the engagements with the public also are not structured, it's only public awareness, public education as and when. I recall sitting particularly in interviews of some of the board members that are sitting in front of me. And part of the question was around, the passion that they would demonstrate, the ideas they would raise about the issue of public engagement. And once again, for me, it is a concern that the issue of the public, in my view, gets to be juniorized because the engagement with industry, would be formalized, but with the public, which gets to be affected with gambling harms, is something that is not structured. And I think I want to raise that as a concern, because I would expect that the public is equally a stakeholder like industry to the board, and it needs to have structured engagements, because there is a lot that the board can be able to engage and gain as information and wisdom from the very public that gets to be affected down the line by the activities of gambling in general. So those were just two concerns I wanted to raise. Then my new questions, if the board wants to respond to that, they can. But it's two comments I wanted to raise, Chair. My new questions is on page 25. It's on page 26, sorry. I wanted to check that I think the second last paragraph there under technology and information is, I want to check with the board, when is the board moving towards automation, particularly of the license application process? When will that happen? Then the second one, Chair, I would like to check with Provincial Treasury that the policy review process that is reported here that they were undertaking, which I'm assuming also forms part, if I'm not mistaken, with the 20th and the 21st amendments. Has that been concluded, that policy review? If so, can we be finished with its results? And then the last one is on page 40. On page 40, Chair, I'm worried about the program 3, the regulatory compliance, because you'd see there on those 3 indicators, all of them have not been met as planned, and the response is around human resource that could not enable the delivery of this. Can this be explained? Because I think I saw at some point where the board mentions that they are having about 32 vacant posts and are waiting for funding. Perhaps also Provincial Treasury can give some light around this issue, because when at a compliance level, we're going to have challenges of like what were supposedly to have been outputs. I believe that these have got serious impact in terms of the regulatory environment that needs to be there if we do not have capacity to deliver on the things that we are supposed to do as the board. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Any other questions, members? Member Masipa, please go ahead.
Not a question, Chairperson. With regards to energy issues, I know that in agriculture there's energy fund. Have you considered maybe, assisting with your license holder with regards to energy, a fund from, banking point of view? Thanks, Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Member Masipa. Anyone else before we hand over to the board? I don't see any hands. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to the CSI contributions, I'm going to ask Mr. Bennett to answer. And if you just speak to the conditions of the license holders, Mr. Bennett, and also the provisions of the legislation.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of the license conditions of the LPM operators, which is the 2 route operators and the 5 casinos, they are required to make mandatory CSI contributions in terms of which was stated in their bid commitments. Over the years, some of their bid commitments changed in terms of certain requests that they've made to the board, where the board felt that they requested to have more offerings to the public, the board would increase their CSI contributions. So those contributions is mandatory, and I do believe for the year under the review that amounted to about 30 million. It is in the bookmaking sector, the betting sector, where that was not part of license conditions, that the board is in the process of deliberating on that matter. We have engaged with the license holders on that, and we are in the process of addressing that, Chair. Those bookmakers, when we say they make discretionary, which basically they do make huge contributions in terms of CSI, but it is not mandatory at this stage, Chair. In terms of the public engagement, is that it? No.
You done, Mr. Bennett? Thank you. And then just move on to the IT. When is the board moving to an automation process?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. The system is in place, as stated in that paragraph, and we are busy with the different types of the industry are submitting already their applications online. The casino is fully done. LPM are busy, and the bookmakers are busy with that as well. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask Mr. Bennett again, Chair, to elaborate on that CSI question, because our bookmakers are national, not necessarily the Western Cape. So their CSI contribution, it's very broad. It's not just for the Western Cape.
Okay, yeah, many of the bookmakers that license in the Western Cape operate on a national level, so the CSI is very broad. But in terms of the contributions of bookmakers, which they must make, which is mandatory, they have to contribute 0.1% of their GGR to the South African National Responsible Foundation. And this money is basically used for education, awareness, and free treatment for people who have issues regarding problem gambling. So that is a mandatory contribution that each license holder in the province has to make.
Thank you. And then you can speak to the resource constraints and compliance.
Oh, thanks, Shay. In terms of the 3 performance indicators that were not met, the one related to the responsible gambling measures that were introduced, the other 2 is relating to a RFP for a new mode of gambling, which was bingo. And then the other one related to the Type B LPM rules. There has been a delay on that. Is the reason for that is because as one can see, the huge growth in betting has resulted more activities within the department that we needed to ensure compliance of license holders. and that unfortunately had to get priority as a result of that. There were not adequate resources to attend to these matters, which at this stage did not really materially affect the industry as such. All three are in progress and should be finalized soon, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, and I would also like to add to that the gambling board is competing with other PLAs in the country as well. And in my introductory remarks, I mentioned that, you know, the resource constraint is due to the budget. We don't have the budget. And I think Pete is facing this the same challenge as well. So we compete in the market that requires very skilled individuals and very few in the industry, and we don't unfortunately attract those skilled employees because we don't have the best salary structure, because we do work on a DPSA salary structure, and the other LPAs, they have a different structure, and the board considers this salaries or determines the salaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Final questions on part B before we move over to... Oh, apologies. Please go ahead, Minister or HOD.
Malcolm is going to deal with the policy review. Malcolm?
Yeah, I think, thank you. The issue related to the policy review, it is running parallel to the legislative amendment process. And the aim is to then develop a green paper, which will be more or less in line with the timeframes as highlighted with the 20th and 21st Amendment bills. So I think we foresee that the green paper should be developed by the end of March next year. Thank you.
Just one more question with regards to the funding of the different license holders. Unfortunately, the board doesn't get involved in operations of license holders. And I think it's best that we don't, because one will be seen as, you know, as giving preference to a certain sector, casino, LPMs. But I think that is something maybe this committee can have a discussion with the different license holders, but the board can't have that discussion with them. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, members. Any final questions, comments on part B before we move over to the last section of the annual report? I do not see any hands. That concludes deliberations on part B. The final section, part D, human resource management, pages 74 to 80, part D. Members, questions, comments? If anything online, I do not see any hands. Member Nkondlo, please go ahead. Thanks.
Chair, other than the cost, or not sure whether it's the cost, other than what the deputy chair says, you know, they are challenged with salaries. I didn't hear what's the plan, especially of you know, dealing with vacancies and the total structure that is written here in this book, because this is not something that I brought myself. It's written in the book from the comments of the chairperson to the comments of the CEO, you know, the pressures that the board is dealing with against the growth of the industry. How are you planning to resolve, I think, the vacancy rates, but also dealing with the staff a complement that you need to also match, you know, the growth of the industry? I think that for me is actually one question I would like to ask on this, against all the numbers that are there as an HR issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Any other members? I do not see any. Over to you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So the board had done an organizational review of its organization and to be able to support the industry as best we could, and they have come up with a plan. And in fact, the board had approved the plan, but the funding, unfortunately, is not the board's plate. The minister must provide funding for that, and that process is still undergoing. So we have not yet finalized any funding for those posts, and the board is not able to generate any revenue other than what's in the Act. The Act limits the board's generation of revenue, so the board will never be self-sustainable in the current situation because we simply can't go and chase any revenue. So effectively what has happened is that depending on the outcome of the funding, we have not appointed vacant posts. We've kept the posts open until we know what's happening with the funding. Because once we know what's happening, we will then might have to, if we don't get the funding, we'd have to reorganize the staffing structure in the board and direct the resources to the more risky parts of the thing. So things like what Mr. Benita said, with the 3 items we did not actually meet, those targets will have to stand aside so that we can meet the targets, or these are the thing that's more important. And so we will then have to use the funds from those vacant posts to employ resources to be able to meet the more risky parts of the targets. And that is why we're just awaiting the MTech situation, because right now I think we're going to that situation where we're going to give a report to the minister or PT as well on the funding we need and see whether we're able to get it. So right now we just waiting that, but we're definitely going to reorganize our internal resources to meet the more important parts that we need to do. So that's where we are right now. Thank you.
Chair, just to supplement the information, I did receive an application for increase in remuneration, which we've signed off. But in terms of the funding application for things like vacancies and retention of surplus, that will go through the budget process. But we are aware of the pressures that are on the board. It's similar to the pressures across other departments and entities as well, and we need to try and find a way that we can assist. A suggestion that I made to the board also is that within the different vacancies of personnel to appoint, whether we could have a look even at what are the key critical ones, if we aren't able to deal with all of them. But again, that is all going through the budget process to see how we can best as possible accommodate the board in this regard.
Thank you very much, members. Any follow-ups, questions, comments? I do not see any at this stage. Any online? Nothing. Members, that then concludes. Do you see any? I just want to afford members of the public, if there are any online, for any inputs or comments. I do not see any indications. Nothing. Members, that then concludes our deliberations on the annual report for the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. I would just like to afford the Minister the opportunity, if she, the HOD or the Deputy Chair of the Board, for any closing remarks. Minister.
Chair, I just want to say again, thank you to the board. I know that we are facing immense pressures in the Western Cape with regards to not only the fiscus, but also human resources. And we know that people are one of our strengths when it comes to government. And we need to be able to try and find solutions to some of these challenges that we are facing as a province. I know, for example, someone from the board that was even poached to Las Vegas, to a university there, in order to go put a program together specifically at university level in terms of the gambling industry, because of how the gambling industry is growing and the types of modes of gambling that is arising in this industry. But we're going to continue doing our best as we can. We're going to continue trying to innovate and ensure fair taxation within our province. And I just want to again just congratulate the board for their clean audit. It is very commendable. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. HOD, anything from your side?
Fine, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Minister, HOD, the entire Provincial Treasury, members of the board of the Racing and Gambling Board, thank you so much for attending today's session. We really do appreciate the work that you're doing, and we will see you after 2. You are now welcome to leave while the committee wraps up the last bit of our business. Thank you so much. Lunch will be served at 12:30 in the members' lounge, so please feel free to join us for lunch. Thank you. Okay, members, thank you. Let's quickly do the resolutions or the actions. Members, if there are any resolutions or requests for more information, please indicate so we can record those as resolutions. Member Masipa, we got your resolution. If you could perhaps just speak to us on how to record your resolution, we would appreciate it. Just your mic.
Sorry. My resolution really pertains to the information that we have received regarding the procurement. It was given a breakdown of SMME being funded as well as the BEE business that were not funded, who procured services from the Western Cape government. I would like us maybe to receive that report so that, we able to talk, with facts, data. Yeah.
The report from Provincial Treasury.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, thanks. Yeah. Agreed, members. Any further resolutions or actions? Member Brankhuis?
Thank you very much, Chair. If we can, as the committee, do oversight at the headquarters, procurement headquarters in Central City, maybe in the new year, early in the new year, February. That will be very helpful in terms of looking at the readiness for the upcoming new budgets and just in general the readiness for 2025, and they are in terms of the infrastructure, they are all set and ready. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, members. Agreed. Member Nkondlo, please go ahead.
My ones for the department, maybe Chair, if we can make time in our program for the Provincial Treasury to brief us on their alternative financing of maintenance infrastructure. I think that would help us just to understand what's going on there in that space. And also, I think I'm interested, I think, in some report or what they were explaining here. I could not get it properly around how they're managing the CSI of the different licensees between bookmakers and the others. If they can just put it in writing, I think it would just make sense for me and the rationale. And lastly, I think the work they are doing on the responsible gambling. I think there was much said about that, of what they are engaging. They've started, I think, to put a committee. I'm not sure whether there's a strategy or something, but maybe they can also, we can invite later the board to come in and present to us the work that they are doing around responsible gambling. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Agreed, members. Anyone else for resolutions, requests for more information? Anything online? I do not see any. Members, thank you. That concludes our business for the day. This meeting is now adjourned. Thanks.